The most impressive thing for me here is how familiar all of the team members are with first principles. So they know the engineering that's going into the car. They understand it. And the reason they understand isn't because they were necessarily taught it in school. Of course, they were taught it in school, but they've applied it. The competition is fascinating. It's always cool to see the car zooming around. And I think one of the biggest challenges isn't that. The biggest challenge is getting to that. You've got to go through the judging. You've got to get through the scrutineering. Your car has to perform in the most stringent of ways. And so it's an incredible feat even to make it to the competition.
A bold dream. To be a difference maker. A quiet determination to build better than before. The fearless focus that saves a life, mends a heart, or feeds a village. A simple quest to support a family, raise a child, or take a step. Every mission matters. Leading your world into a future of smarter, cleaner power is ours. Cummins, power onward.
I'm Terrence Foster. I'm with Anduril. I'm part of our emerging talent recruiting team, here to scope out a lot of the students here at the different universities, and they're working on some really cool vehicles, so we're excited. We are a defense company, software first defense company. We run the whole gamut from land, space, even now sea. So creating autonomous vehicles, autonomous drones for defense and our different clients. It seems like everybody's very passionate about what they do and what they're working on, and they're very knowledgeable in too as well. So this is what attracted us to FSE Electric. We knew that about the students here, and so we want to make sure that we showed up. All of our engineers that we brought with us, they participate in FSE, whether it's FSE Electric, FSE Combustion, the IC teams. So we love coming to FSE.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. My doubts will destroy my dreams. The more I seem to learn, the more I seem to lose. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. The more I seem to lose, the more I seem to learn. My dreams will destroy my doubts. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Actually, some of my consulting work, I was contacted because I was involved with the SAE Gasoline Fuel Injection Standards Committee. People found me and asked if I'd be willing to help them out, and that's how I was able to get some consulting work after my semi-retirement.
Meet Violet. Every day, you can find her putting miles on her toy trucks. It doesn't matter if it's a teddy bear, a doll, or a stack of building blocks. Deliveries need to be made. And Violet is the only one who knows how to get them from point A to point B. The SAE Foundation gives students like Violet the chance to experience, collaborate, and think about ways to move society into the future. It's what motivates all we do. Because we know that in a few years, she'll be showing her little sister how she built the winning jet toy car for Mr. Murphy's 6th grade science class. And a few years after that, she'll be working with her college classmates to build their very own self-driving car, which in turn will lead to a job as a junior and then lead engineer for an autonomous trucking company. The SAE STEM programs, which start in pre-K and go all the way through college, will put Violet on a path of discovery, innovation, and inspiration. While it might just be playtime for now, we know that someday Violet's going to walk confidently into her office. Deliveries will need to be made, and she'll be the one making it happen. Good luck, Violet.
Well, also being able to come out to an event like this, we're networking with people from all over, meeting the top contributors, but also some of the finest minds around. These folks are really, really smart, and it's awesome to be able to sit down and talk with them about different things, what they're doing is, what your expertise is.
A couple of airplane guys learning about tractors last night at dinner, right?
But there's always that venue to learn and to increase your knowledge level. And SAE has been fantastic for my part, being a member of it, because you're able to go out and meet so many different types of people.
I'm Kevin. I'm one of the BMS applications engineer here at Analog Devices. We are promoting our battery management system. These systems basically makes your battery safer when you drive a car. So when you press hard on accelerator, we control how much current should flow. If there is overcurrent, it's going to catch on fire. So the battery management ICs just keeps all your battery parameters under safe and then reports if there is any issue.
What's impressed you when you're talking to students?
I was specifically impressed by how much they already know about our chips, because they have been using it for like 10 years and they already know whatever we were presenting here. 10 or 15 teams already knew a lot about the chip.
Do you have a lot of SAE, Formula, or other competition kind of students on your teams at the company that you're aware of?
We do currently have one of them who was like 2 years ago, but we are planning to recruit more because we find this competition very interesting for us because they already are familiar with our devices. They already use in most of the cars. I would say if you all guys can do the custom BMS, we'll be very impressed as Analog Devices. Yeah.
I have learned more working on Formula than pretty much all of my upper level classes combined. It's great to actually apply it. Like, that's what is going to get us a job.
Students are building cars, from scratch themselves. They basically have a full-time job on top of their actual university work, and it's a really great experience, and we hire lots of hands-on engineers.
Hi, I'm Joe DeHaan from Oshkosh Corporation. I work on the corporate electrification team, which does electric powertrain systems integration in our vehicles. So Oshkosh is an industrial technology company that builds specialty vehicles. We have over 18,000 employees across the globe in 19 different countries. So we not only manufacture specialty vehicles, but the technology behind the vehicles, including electrification, autonomous systems, and software-defined vehicles. We've been a sponsor for Formula EV for the past 2 years. Pratt Miller, one of our businesses, has been involved in Formula for many, many years. It's really impressive to see the students take advantage of this opportunity to gain hands-on experience before getting into the workforce. So this year we're sponsoring the design competition, and we'll be giving the design awards at the design ceremony. So we're really excited about that. I didn't participate in Formula, but I did participate in Baja SAE while I was at Michigan Tech. I've gotten more involved in Formula since joining Oshkosh Corporation, and it's just amazing to see the great work that these students do putting these vehicles together.
Tell me this. Did you come this far just to come this far? Are you still first in and last out? Is good enough ever enough? Or is greatness always waiting beyond a shadow of a doubt? Are you designed to go further? Drive past the past? Do the it can't be done? Is defiance in your DNA? Or are you just built that way? The question is not, will you make the cut? It's, will you raise the bar? Why settle for the best EV when you can build the best damn car?
As a student, I was a competitor, and I really truly enjoyed the experience. I enjoyed competing, I enjoyed being here, I enjoyed the environment that the volunteers put together for us. And when I graduated, I wanted to stay involved so I could create that same environment and same experience for future students coming through the system. The amount of creativity that these teams show up with is amazing, considering that they're all given the same set of rules to work from. This is how we train the next generation. This is how we get better students to hire into the workforce. This is how we get better engineers, and this is how we train them in real-world applications, not just the theory that they get in the classroom. There is nothing like these events in the curriculum normally.
You are the finance manager of the team, correct?
Financial director, yeah.
Right.
Tomato, tomato.
So what does that role entail?
Oh, that entails getting money, spending money, and then communication with the school and sponsors, and then the business presentation, but like through the SAE event.
Oh.
So those are my 4 main responsibilities.
Oh, so how do you get the money?
Ooh, I have a whole Notion page on this. Getting money, there's 3 main avenues. So the school typically gives us around $36.5 thousand a year, kind of depending on how many applications we submit. But the school is very generous with giving money and providing our student clubs with the means necessary to carry out our mission. So we get about $36.5 from there. And then through corporate donations, so like Rivian, Tesla also gave us a hefty little stipend, and like Northrop Grumman, the Joseph Bagspot Foundation, Chevron, all of these companies give us a little helpful boost, yeah. As well as tech help as well. Like we invite them to our design reviews, and they're very giving about feedback and making sure that our designs are as best as they can be. And then our third avenue is through crowdfunding. So that's through our GoFundMe, Panda Express fundraisers, ShareTigo fundraisers, family donations, things like that all culminate to our overall budget.
So you get money, you spend money. What was the third one?
Public relations. It's just basically talking to the school, and I'm a huge yapper, so I will just go over to the offices and yap for like a few hours, and then I leave. No idea what happened, but I know we talked about something. And then like talking with corporate sponsors as well, and just making sure that the public face of BFR with the school and with corporations is a healthy and clean image.
I work at John Deere, and one of my mentors there encouraged me to get more involved with the Commercial Vehicle Congress, which I did. Eventually went on to be on the executive council there, but I think it's such a great way to give back, and I believe in the mission of what SAE does and the fact that they're trying to further the mobility industry for the benefit of humanity. Like, that's a super exciting thing for me, and so I want to get as many people involved in that as I can. Volunteering at SAE just brings me so much joy, and especially the mentoring program. That's one of the areas where I've leaned in over the past couple of years, and I've met folks from across the country at different stages of their journeys.
Last year, Ram killed the Hemi V8, and people had opinions. The same people that killed the Hemi sent me out here with these comments. That's not happening. We own it, we got it wrong, and we're fixing it. You hear that? That's our Hemi, and it's saying, I'm back.
Did he say what I think he said? That thing's got a Hemi!
You want more? Buckle up. Ram's coming back to NASCAR. Let's go, baby. We're back in America's motorsport. The Hemi's back, and we ain't going anywhere.
You know, if you help write a standard, people are going to want to hire you to implement it if it's a successful industry standard. So you can kind of create your own destiny working on standards in a way, because again, there is a need for more engagement. We could be doing more as an industry if more people engage with standards development work.
For many unrepresented students, the possibility of a career in STEM is either unknown or out of reach, but the SAE Foundation is determined to change that. Its partnership with Sevilla Elementary West is a great example of the impact these programs can have.
I think what's so fun about being joined with SAE is that they kind of dream big with us. And, you know, one of the reasons why we are able to say yes, every single one of our 5th through 8th grade students will participate in AWEM is because of SAE.
And now we have an identity shift. No longer am I relegated to 85019. No longer am I a victim of circumstances. No longer am I a static receiver of what privileged people think I need to receive. Now I'm in the driver's seat as a 13-year-old, and this person in front of me is telling me that I can do and be and have anything that I want. That is priceless.
I wanted to be in this program because when I was little, I've always wanted to create stuff when I'm older. And obviously when I was little, I would always, you know, create things and build things and all that. And now that I have an opportunity here at Sylvia to do all this, I am beyond grateful.
These experiences build life-changing skills that support success in education, careers, and life. Corporate partners, individual donors, and supporters allow for programs to be offered at no cost. Please join the movement. Together we can ensure that all young learners have access to hands-on STEM programming.
Coming out of college, I had the opportunity to get a Student Leadership Award where I'm fortunate enough to have lifetime SAE membership, which is unique and amazing. And it's allowed me access having this membership to go to events. I'm in the Detroit area where I'm from, and I get to see people and meet people that I normally wouldn't at work. So I get to go to industry events, meet other people, see what things they're working on, what I can learn from them through interaction, and bring it back to my company, kind of transfer learnings from one another.
I'm Daryl Hancock. I am a senior technical specialist in vehicle dynamics at Stellantis, which most people probably know better as Chrysler. I'm heavily involved in international work, working with all the other regions within Chrysler to harmonize our procedures. I volunteered as a design judge and have for several years. The level of competition, how it's in and engineering, how it's advanced since I did this 40 years ago when I was in college. The standards have certainly gone up. When I was a student, we did the Baja competition back in the 1980s, in the previous century. Just everybody is doing the absolute right thing by being here and participating, right? It's served me very well in my engineering career, and I did a little survey at work, and in my department, 50% of the people did either Baja or Formula SAE, so it's very fertile source of good, experienced engineers, right? Those resumes always go right to the top of the pile when we're recruiting. So.
All right, so I'm here with Jennifer from USC's Formula EV team. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's actually a really nice day, so I'm glad it's outdoors.
It is a great day out. And what brought you to this section event today?
Well, one part was recruiters. We don't get a lot of chance to talk with recruiters and get some feedback of our design. I'm in ergonomics, and my team actually brought our pedal box because we couldn't drive a trailer, so we couldn't bring a full car. But we brought our pedal box, and we got to discuss with other teams what could be better, or what we're doing good, or what we could improve. We also got to show it to some recruiters to get some advice. There was a company of our calipers, so that was also good to get advice about our brakes.
Okay,
so yeah,
so a lot of good advice, and getting some jobs maybe out of this, right?
okay. Hopefully.
Did you talk to any of the recruiters over there?
Yeah.
Send in your resume and stuff?
I did. I think I sent in 3 so far.
Okay.
But
Nice.
a little more after this.
Yeah. We'll make this short then. How ready is your car for the season?
Well, so far we have our frame painted.
Okay. What color?
Space gray.
Okay.
Our aero panel is going to be black probably, so a little bit of contrast there.
Okay.
Not too boring. Well, last year our accumulator had some thermal events.
Okay.
But hopefully this year we will actually have our first running car. It seems a lot more hopeful than last year because it's a lot more structured. We learned a lot from last year.
Good.
Yeah.
And what's your role on the team?
So I'm leading ergonomics, so I'm in charge of the pedal box. So the brakes, steering, seat belt, and the head restraint, and a little bit of dash.
Okay.
So yeah, it's been a lot of manufacturing this year.
And you said you got some feedback on your paddle box.
There were a lot of comments or like concerns about how our paddle box is going to be adjustable. Then we talked with our chief engineer again after the feedback. We're like, oh, we're actually pretty okay. I think we're doing okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there was some concern about how our pedals were too narrow to each other, but I guess we'll see how it goes after we have our driver sit and run.
All right.
Yeah.
And before I let you go, do you come to a lot of section events, or is this your first or only one?
This was my first one ever. Yeah.
What are you getting most out of it besides these recruiters? What's another big thing that you're like, good thing I came?
I'm actually really glad that I got to see other cars and got to meet other people doing the same work. 'Cause I think it's valuable to hear feedback from fellow students who also do the same work. That was very helpful. Made some friends. We were like, hopefully I see you in competition. Make the car running. But yeah, it was fun seeing other people's designs because we got to ask some design problems that we were stuck at. For like the seatbelt mountings. We were like, how did you guys do that? So yeah, a lot of fun.
Great. Well, thanks so much for talking with me. I promise you it'd be short, so you can enjoy the rest of the event, okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Going back to college, at Michigan Tech, I was the president of Society of Automotive Engineers, the section there. I've been on the Milwaukee section for the last 8 years, but I look at the opportunity to do something that uses your engineering skill and applies to what the students are doing. You can ask them questions, you can learn from them, you can figure out who the up-and-coming engineers are and just engage with that talent. And then on top of it, it's fun.
A bold dream to be a difference maker, a quiet determination to build better than before, the fearless focus that saves a life, mends a heart, or feeds a village. A simple quest to support a family, raise a child, or take a step. Every mission matters. Leading your world into a future of smarter, cleaner power is ours. Cummins, power onward.
So when I found out about AWIM, that was for me what brought me into SAE. It gave me the chance to volunteer with my daughter in the classroom. I loved it, so I became a volunteer. For many, many years, I've been a volunteer for AWIM.
That's awesome.
And then I got to know the SAE people at section in Detroit, and the rest is history. So I've been involved with them for a very long time. I was the chair for the section last year, and I still enjoy. Now I volunteer for many other activities. We have the micro electric car competition. We have the scholarship.
Who would have thought that your daughter doing one thing would bring you to all of this, a whole lifetime pretty much of volunteering?
It was a great satisfaction for me to be able to be in the classroom. I work at Bosch. So Bosch is also big in volunteering in the community. I work in Farmington Hills in Michigan, so we volunteer in Farmington Hills mainly, but we also volunteer in the nearby cities. And I just love doing that. I think the AWIM programs are just really, really nice programs for the elementary school, middle school children to get a feel for what engineers do in real life.
I'm Sean O'Hara. I'm a North American application engineer for Systems Protection, which is part of Tenneco. We take a lot of our products off the shelf and either customize them per programs for the OEs and suppliers, now the students as well, and we do that kind of globally. So either we'll work with our existing product line, or we even get in the kind of the business or the side part of working with our R&D team to develop or solve a problem that has not been solved with what we already do. So what's really impressive about the students is how much not only they take responsibility for their designs, but how much of it really is ground up. Some of the teams that we sponsor have been very impressed with how they build their own boards. It's not just all I'm buying things off the shelf. A lot of it's very custom. I got my start working on a gas team. My current boss, he went through ICE at Penn State, and then my other boss went through the Baja team when he was back in college. So there's a heavy history both in my own personal life as well as the people I work with.
And you're Olivia, right?
No, I'm Jenny. No, I'm joking. I'm Olivia.
All right, I'm here at the UCL Formula EV workshop with Donnie Clark, the managing director of the team.
Yes, sir.
How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you?
I'm good.
Thanks for coming by.
Thanks for the invite. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah.
And what does your role entail on the team?
I'm the mechanical tech director for the team, so my overall role is kind of just like overseeing all the like mechanical development of the car. That means just like making sure like our designs like meet all of our requirements for the competition. We're able to like pass all the rules that we need to. We have performance targets for the car, and then ultimately lead into like the building and testing phase. So making sure we have all the parts that we need and everything like just to be successful. So just kind of an integration piece to the team between all the sub teams to make sure everyone's talking to each other and we like sort through problems quickly.
Yesterday, you said you had a big build session. You want to talk a little more about that?
Yeah, so we do like an annual, we call it a build-a-thon, so a tradition of ours, where we kind of start with like a bare chassis and end goal is rolling car. So we were able to get rolling, steering, braking car yesterday, so that was a pretty big milestone for us, and now we're kind of full push into, you know, EV mode, get everything set up integration-wise. So.
And how long was that session?
Yesterday it was about 14 hours. Usually we try to go like 24. Previous years we've done 24, but yesterday we finished pretty early, so
okay,
that's
24 hour.
24 hours, yeah. It's
Are you up the whole time, or are you guys rotating?
We had like a whole shift thing going on, but I mean, some people just stay for the vibes, you know. It's fun to be around for 24 hours.
Yeah, a lot of energy of it.
Yeah, a lot of Red Bulls, a lot of caffeine.
So were you a big part of the build session yesterday?
Yeah. No, so I was here the whole time, just kind of helping out where I can, making sure things are going, and yeah, we got a lot of work done yesterday, so super happy about that.
Awesome. What are some of the biggest design challenges you guys faced this year?
I feel like we've gotten the mechanical aspect down to like a pretty straightforward, like min viable product, and then we can, you know, go on with our normal optimization. But since we're still like a second year EV team, it's just all the integration of all the electronics components. I mean, I'm definitely not electrically inclined, but yeah, I mean, they're putting in so many hours just, you know, debugging all of the boards that we get. We're going with like a custom BMS and custom vehicle control unit ECU this year, so rather than using an off-the-shelf one.
Oh, okay.
So that's definitely been a pretty big challenge. A lot of iteration is going to be required for that, so just more time we got to try to put into it. So yeah, definitely, it's definitely electronics that is the biggest challenge for us, just since that's way less established than all.
My name is James Hawkins. I'm the VP of Advanced Engineering for Lucid Motors in Newark, California. Lucid is a manufacturer of vehicles. We've chosen a mission which is to accelerate the adoption of sustainable energy. And the tool we're choosing to use is the automobile. So we are here today at the SAE competition to meet students, to see the teams, to give back to the community. The most impressive thing for me here is how familiar all of the team members are with first principles. So they know the engineering that's going into the car. They understand it, and the reason they understand isn't because they were necessarily taught it in school. Of course, they were taught it in school, but they've applied it. The competition is fascinating. It's always cool to see the cars zooming around, and I think one of the biggest challenges isn't that. The biggest challenge is getting to that. You've got to go through the judging. You've got to get through the scrutineering. Your car has to perform in the most stringent of ways. And so it's an incredible feat even to make it to the competition.
A bold dream. To be a difference maker. A quiet determination to build better than before. The fearless focus that saves a life, mends a heart, or feeds a village. A simple quest to support a family raise a child, or take a step. Every mission matters. Leading your world into a future of smarter, cleaner power is ours. Cummins, power onward.
Hey, I'm Terrence Foster. I'm with Andro. I'm part of our emerging talent recruiting team, here to scope out a lot of the students here at the different universities, and they're working on some really cool vehicles, so we're excited. We are a defense company, software first defense company. We run the whole gamut from land, air, space, even now sea. So creating autonomous vehicles, autonomous drones for defense and our different clients. It seems like everybody's very passionate about what they do and what they're working on, and they're very knowledgeable into as well. So this is what attracted us to FSE Electric. We knew that about the students here, and so we want to make sure that we showed up. All of our engineers that we brought with us, they participate in FSE, whether it's FSE Electric, FSE Combustion, the IC teams. So we love coming to FSE.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. My doubts will destroy my dreams. The more I seem to learn, the more I seem to lose. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. The more I seem to lose, the more I seem to learn. My dreams will destroy my doubts. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Actually, some of my consulting work, I was contacted because I was involved with the SAE Gasoline Fuel Injection Standards Committee. People found me and asked if I would be willing to help them out, and that's how I was able to get some consulting work after my semi-retirement.
Meet Violet. Every day, you can find her putting miles on her toy trucks. It doesn't matter if it's a teddy bear, a doll, or a stack of building blocks. Deliveries need to be made. And Violet is the only one who knows how to get them from point A to point B. The SAE Foundation gives students like Violet the chance to experience, collaborate, and think about ways to move society into the future. It's what motivates all we do. Because we know that in a few years, she'll be showing her little sister how she built the winning jet toy car for Mr. Murphy's 6th grade science class. And a few years after that, she'll be working with her college classmates to build their very own self-driving car, which in turn will lead to a job as a junior and then lead engineer for an autonomous trucking company. The SAE STEM programs, which start in pre-K and go all the way through college, will put Violet on a path of discovery, innovation, and inspiration. While it might just be playtime for now, we know that someday Violet's going to walk confidently into her office. Deliveries will need to be made, and she'll be the one making it happen. Good luck, Violet.
Well, also being able to come out to an event like this, we're networking with people from all over, meeting the top contributors, but also some of the finest minds around. These folks are really, really smart, and it's awesome to be able to sit down and talk with them about different things, what they're doing is, what your expertise is.
A couple of airplane guys learning about tractors last night at dinner, right?
But there's always that venue to learn and to increase your knowledge level. And SAE has been fantastic for my part, being a member of it, because you're able to go out and meet so many different types of people.
I'm Kevin. I'm one of the BMS applications engineer here at Analog Devices. We are promoting our battery management system. These systems basically makes your battery safer when you drive a car. So when you press hard on accelerator, we control how much current should flow. If there is overcurrent, it's going to catch on fire. So the battery management ICs just keeps all your battery parameters under safe and then reports if there is any issue.
What's impressed you when you're talking to students?
I was specifically impressed by how much they already know about our chips, because they have been using it for like 10 years and they already know whatever we were presenting here. 10 or 15 teams already knew a lot about the chip.
Do you have a lot of SAE, Formula, or other competition kind of students on your teams at the company that you're aware of?
We do currently have one of them who was like 2 years ago, but we are planning to recruit more because we find this competition very interesting for us because they already are familiar with our devices. They already use in most of the cars. I would say if you all guys can do the custom BMS, we'll be very impressed as Analog Devices. Yeah.
I have learned more working on Formula than pretty much all of my upper level classes combined. It's great to actually apply it. Like, that's what is going to get us a job.
Welcome back.
Hello. We are back for day 2. And if you're new, I'm Sarah Guffey. I'm the Community Programs Enablement Director, and
I'm David Sander. I'm Director of STEM Education for SAE. We are here for Endurance Day. So yesterday we had Dynamic Day where teams participated in 3 main events. We had acceleration, skid pad, and autocross. And so from those results we have our launching order for teams for this year that are going into endurance. The first team up is the University of Florida. Then we have Maryland at College Park, and then Cornell is third coming in. And then we have Berkeley, Waterloo, Missouri Science and Tech, and Auburn is 7th. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on those as they launch, and then we'll be updating the live stream on what teams are going to be going out there. You can see the cars getting staged right now, and all their, colorful livery out there. So,
yeah, it's the moment they've been waiting for.
Exactly. Our teams, our volunteers worked through the night to make sure that the autocross track was laid out properly with all of the cones and the water barriers for the safety crew out there, setting up the passing lanes, and making sure that this was going to provide a challenging course for the teams.
Is that Berkeley maybe? Oh, look at that. They have our little logo on their sleeve.
Nice.
That we have, we started putting that, well, I guess that's our t-shirts. I thought it was a polo at first. Those are our giveaway shirts from SolidWorks. So shout out to SolidWorks. Saw some of them are in polos and they're the same color. Yeah. I love that logo actually. We made it with our marketing department specifically for our social media channels.
Certainly.
Love the little brain because all of you are very smart.
So I am going to try to pull up our our feeds so that I can kind of keep
Okay.
track of
Good
any
thinking.
comments coming in.
Yeah, and we do have Amanda's manning it from home too. So
Right.
we will have somebody kind of replying to some of the questions that come in.
So
Try and keep it light.
yeah,
please.
I did see a really neat question. Do you think there are plans to do a Le Mans style start next year? Well, if you know anything about Le Mans, they would run across the track and jump in their cars, and then they would crank them up and drive away. And I don't necessarily know if our insurance carrier would allow such things. That while that sounds fun and like a great opportunity to get some really cool video, I just, for whatever reason, don't know if that's going to work.
Huh? Oh, thank you. And looks like we've got the national anthem playing. Are back. National anthem just wrapped, getting ready to start endurance.
Yep. So again, we had a few additional questions. How can I tell if my team, University of Illinois, has cleared a tech? So if you go to results.fsae.com, or sorry, fsaeonline.com, that will take you to a menu where you can pull up your the endurance starting list. So I'm going to pull it up right this second just so I make sure I have it.
I just posted in the chat too. So
yeah. So
you do have to, I must say, you do have to know your vehicle's number.
Nope.
But I'm going to post a direct link here. I see they were looking for University of Illinois.
And I do not see Illinois on the list, the starting list. And this was updated 9:30 last night, or 9:23 last night. So
Looks
I don't
like
believe
static.
I don't
only.
believe they made it through the through
Unfortunately.
inspection.
PBAJ, love it. Boogity, 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 let's go racing.
He stole my line. As a matter of fact, I was going to mention that. You know, we have the Cars car here.
Yes.
And in the movie Cars, Darrell Waltrip was one of the announcers. And I think his name was Darrell Cartrip, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
But I actually got to meet him when I was a little kid. So he was my favorite driver growing up in NASCAR country, North Carolina. And my dad was a pharmacist, and he happened to work with the wife of the chief engine mechanic for Junior Johnson's race team, and Darrell Waltrip happened to be a driver for him. So we actually got to go out to their workshop, and it is completely different these days. The actual facilities where they have these race shops are, beautiful, spotless, huge facilities. The one we went to was actually about the size of the bathroom here at MIS. It held about 2 cars and a few work crews, maybe a few engine mounts and stuff like that, but it was a very small workshop. And again, this is up in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, where Junior Johnson grew up. So that was where he kept his race team, and it was literally on the property of his farm. And it was very cool to be able to go and meet my favorite driver for the Mountain Dew, if I'm not mistaken, Buick Regal at the time. So Darrell Waltrip, throwing that back out there. So boogity, 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 let's go racing. I love it.
So I see a question in the chat of why would a team be doing endurance but not have done the dynamic events yesterday? Typically that does not occur. The only way that would occur is if they passed all portions of tech yesterday at the very end and didn't have a chance to go through any of the dynamic events. They will not get another chance to do that. The dynamic events are completed. So that's the only scenario where someone would be, making it to endurance but had not completed the rest of the dynamic events. Their score will suffer for it, but they, are still allowed to hit the track today.
Right. So I think that's where we are with some of the teams. They were able to squeak through the brake check. In fact, brake check, I talked to the dynamic lead for brake check this morning, and she was talking about how they stayed open extra last night just to try to get the last few teams working through. And it's really cool because we have some of the best volunteers. She actually works for Hendrick Motorsports, and
Alba.
Alba. And so she is such a wonderful person, and she's been doing this for 20 years. So I mean,
she's like the lifeblood of Formula.
Yeah, and she knows her stuff, and and that's another thing. Like Hendrick Motorsports, they have jobs and internships. So those students that are here, I know a lot of them want to go into industry, but some of them might lean towards that motorsports, job. And a lot of those companies, those racing teams, they have jobs and internships, just like Rivian, or we have SpaceX here, recruiting. All of those companies that are recruiting here, there's some out there that aren't able to make it from their schedule. Hendrick Motorsports was down in Mexico last week, and they're over in Pennsylvania this week. So they don't always have time to be here recruiting. But they do have jobs and internships. But I will say one thing: if you are interested in a motorsports career, be prepared to work all the time. And if Alba asks you to do something, you say yes.
Yes.
That's all you have to know. So that's kind of what it is with racing. If your boss asks you to do something, it's yes, because there are a lot of people that want to be a part of that program. But yeah, there's different work cultures all over the world.
Yeah, for sure.
And, I heard that in certain places of the world, like, hey, here in the United States, we typically do a 40-hour work week. That's not even close to what they do at Hendrick Motorsports. They are working a lot just because, they have so much to do in such a short window. They're working 38 weeks out of the year going to races.
Just the nature of the beast,
really.
really.
And there's no off season. It's like, if you're a true professional, there is no off season. So they're doing a lot of work all the time. So again, it's a great opportunity for, students to get into motorsports. So I encourage you guys.
And we have Haas Foundation here as well. The foundation of Haas is supporting us, but there are tie-ins to racing teams.
Sure.
So while it's a little bit less than the norm to come out of these programs and end up there, it is a path that is available, and if it's something you're passionate about, don't give up, just keep pressing on, and there are plenty of teams that would probably love to recruit you.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also another aspect is that we're doing an invitational over in Italy next year, in November, and the FIA is partnering with us, so we're going to be working with them and hopefully some of their teams to have some recruiting opportunities for the students out there, and that's what we're really striving for, because I know that we don't always push for that motorsports focus with our things. We want to make sure that people understand that this is a workforce development program. Obviously, the cars are the secret sauce, the exciting thing that gets the students hooked.
What gets you here first?
Yeah, it's the hook. So we're all about catfishing. It's like, yes, let's hook some people and get them excited about engineering. So this is a perfect platform to do it. And so the idea is that we're hoping to have FIA really partner with us and get some of those teams out there so that we can introduce some of the student teams to the FIA programs.
Yeah, and we have an article coming out soon on an individual from last year. He was UNC?
Yes.
So he is now racing over in Europe.
Yes.
So we will have a little showcase on him here coming out soon.
I believe his name is Garrett Lowe.
Yes, Garrett.
And so he's over doing the NASCAR European circuit. And in fact, he might even make his way down to Vallelunga for our event.
Awesome.
So that's what we're trying to tie that in as
Come
well.
see him.
Like an alum that raced here at MIS is actually racing over in Europe.
So it looks like they're still prepping the track a bit. Sure, we'll be seeing some action here soon.
Yeah, there was somebody asking, about, what kind of things do the students make for their cars. You don't have to make every single part for your car. You can buy some off-the-shelf parts. We were talking with Multimatic yesterday. They sell dampers to a lot of the teams, so the shock absorbers / dampers that you see on these vehicles, some of them came from Multimatic, and there are other performance dampers that they have available to them. We also have a company that was here selling differentials. So if your vehicle has either a internal combustion power plant or like a single motor power plant that's going to be two-wheel drive, you would route that through a differential, which then would power your rear two wheels. And the differential just allows the wheels to rotate at a different rate for when you're going around a corner, so that the outside wheel has the ability to travel a longer distance. So that's kind of the idea behind some of the parts, is that they do have a chance to buy some off-the-shelf parts. Hoosier is one of our sponsors. They come here with their trailer every year, so if a team has some issues with their tires, they can go to the Hoosier trailer and hopefully buy another set if they need to, or maybe get some insight as to what they need to do to help prep their tires. So so they definitely don't make their tires. Now you will see some other teams out there. I know University of Pittsburgh and a few other teams that actually run Goodyears, and those are a larger diameter tire, so they would need to design their drivetrain to have a slightly different gear ratio in order to handle the different tire diameter and the outrun for that. So
speaking of tires, David, I saw a comment in here asking, do you still run if it's raining? I heard it gets cold since the driver's gear isn't waterproof. You want to speak to the tire kind of strategy a little bit on, because
Sure.
wet, damp, we have the different signs and whatnot.
Right. So we do allow them to run on a wet track, a damp track or a dry track. And if it's a wet track, they have to run on wet tires. If it is listed as a dry track like today, they have to run on dry tires. If it is a damp track, they're allowed to choose between either one. It's a team choice. So they have that option to kind of go when it's, maybe a little bit slick. They can say, our racing slicks, they're just not going to get the right traction we want. We're going to go with the wet tires. And racing teams do that all the time, especially F1. They run in the rain, even when it's pouring down, and you see the spray of the water, coming off those cars when they're doing 200 mile an hour. I would not want to be anyone except the number one driver, because I don't know how they see anything. I would want to be in the front on a rainy day, or I would just be like, at the start, let everybody fly off ahead, and then I'll just be like, okay, I'll go in 10 seconds, and then, make my way, and then just let the carnage kind of sort out where I wind up on track, because there will be some cars sliding off, and I can just, make my way, and, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So that's how you got to manage it when you're in the rain. So
Okay. So we are going to cut to an ad here real quick, and we'll be back in just a minute or two.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. My doubts will destroy my dreams. The more I seem to learn, the more I seem to lose. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. The more I seem to lose, the more I seem to learn. My dreams will destroy my doubts. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
Looks like the teams are staging right now to get on endurance, and one of the reasons that they're really concerned about that is that if they run out of sequence, like if they miss their slot going in, they do get a point deduction. So they want to make sure they're up, ready to go with their driver on board, already strapped in. And then one of the cool things about endurance is that it is 22 laps. However, each driver gets 11 laps. So they will run through the course 11 times. They'll get a checker flag that tells that driver to pull off into the driver change area where we stage the drivers. And they have a chance to egress the vehicle. The next driver gets in the vehicle, strapped in, and then they get to continue their autocross, their endurance when the track is clear for them to re-enter the course. So that's all part of the racing that they do here. And I know racing sounds amazing, but if you've ever done autocrossing, if you've ever done any real racing, you'll know that even just 11 laps is a lot. It is stressful for the drivers, and so I can only imagine doing a 200 lap race here at MIS or the Brickyard 500 or 400, and then maybe even the Coca-Cola 600. That's 600 miles down at Charlotte. And then, of course, Le Mans, it's 24 hours of racing. I cannot imagine. And, of course, Daytona has a 24-hour race as well. So, to me, that is just true level of endurance, not just for the drivers, but for the crew, the vehicle itself. Granted, the drivers don't drive the whole race. They typically will do stints, and those stints can range anywhere from 2 hours to 4 hours, again, typically. Even just being on the course, for 1 hour, your nerves are shot. So, I've driven autocross a couple times, and like I said, just driving through those cones, you're moving so quickly to try to adjust for the vehicle's roll and how it's angling through the turns, and you're trying to set up for the next turn and getting in the right position so you can hit your apex. So it's very, very difficult, and like I said, it's nerve-wracking. So by the end of your 11 laps, you're just fried. Like your brain is just like, it's like taking the hardest exam in your life. So
well, I'll say if we have any team members of today actively watching, certainly pass along the message to make sure that you're hydrating, especially those drivers. We always try to push this at every event, and it is a hot one today. It was a hot one yesterday, and our EMTs flagged us to make sure we are telling you and reminding you to hydrate extra. So exactly. 1-to-1 for a water Gatorade.
Yeah.
Don't drink only water.
And as far as the driver is concerned, they're in that helmet, they're in that fire suit. That is they're just getting cooked out there. So
for sure, you'll see. I don't see a lot of them right now, but as the day gets on deeper, you'll see a lot of cars with teammates kind of holding umbrellas over top of them, and it gets hot. Yeah. So we have the weather up on the screen here shortly. It looks like right now, as of 10:25 a.m., it is 77 degrees Fahrenheit with some chance of thunderstorms, but hopefully we avoid that today.
Yeah.
Hoping for that later in the day after we're already wrapped up.
Yeah. After the awards presentation, I think that would be exactly what we need.
We'll call in some favors.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you can let it rain any point after 7:30 tonight. And by the way, that's when the teams need to be off the MIS property. So maybe the rain will help, encourage them to pack up a little earlier.
Yeah. I see we have a lot of Florida fans in the chat. We've got Travis says Gator Boys stay hot.
Yeah.
And they are used to it, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. And I believe that's their car in the far right out there in the staging area. They kind of course, the school colors for the Gators are blue and orange, but they decided to go with kind of a lighter blue for the car because it matches the Gulf livery, which is at Le Mans and a few other things. So it's kind of a light blue and orange thing that Porsche ran quite a bit. So
I see a lot of really beautiful cars and creative designs. It's always nice to see kind of the flair that teams put on their vehicles.
Oh yeah, yeah, and like the attention to detail, the creativity. One of the cars last month had like a wave on it, which was super cool. It was like a magenta car with a blue wave, and I was just like, that is a very cool looking car. In fact, I think Scott might have chosen that as his favorite paint scheme. So
that's awesome.
Shout out to Scott, even though he can't be here. We know he's here with us in spirit. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He was checking in yesterday, but I'm sure he's
Just a quick update from the track.
us.
We do have cars coming into position, so it looks like we'll have something pretty soon, guys.
All right.
Well, it looks like we have some cars coming into position, so we should be starting endurance here really soon. The moment you've all been waiting for.
All right, so PBAJ, is there a certain reason why the EV competition uses only the backstretch, whereas the IC competition uses more of the infield? Does it have to do with the different procedure with an EV having a fault? That is very intuitive, because having our red car team and the fire crew spread out over a much larger area makes it a lot harder. So we try to, keep it as condensed as possible so that everybody's on site, ready to pounce if there is, a red car situation. So it is a lot about safety. It's not just about range or anything like that. It's all about safety. The typical distance on the track is about a mile, whether it's using the infield or if it's just the backstretch. Using just the backstretch forces us to make a little bit tighter of a race course typically, but not always. But thank you for throwing that out there, PBAJ. That was, you kind of answered your own question. My favorite kind of student.
Yeah, of course. There's really so much that goes into this competition behind the scenes when it comes to safety. So many decisions are made because of that, because ultimately we are here to give you the best sort of educational experience possible, and with that we want to make sure that you are safe. So motorsports are inherently dangerous. It is something that is always a risk, but rest assured that the program team and the kind of operations team and all of the volunteers that are out there giving their hard-earned time for free are here to make sure that you are safe.
Yeah.
So any moms and dads watching at home, we are doing our best to make sure your kids are doing, are safe the whole way around. We must have some parents. I see some hearts in the chat. I know, as a mother myself, it would be a little bit unnerving, especially if your child was a driver, but also this is the time of their lives, so.
Yeah.
In fact, my son's probably watching and super thrilled. Can't wait to be in college. He's 6, by the way. Or 5. Will be 6 in July. Hi, Wyatt. So question, hi, just curious, does the event provide a list of who's driving for each team? I'd love to know who's on track for each run. Unfortunately, we do not. We'll definitely kind of store that in the back of our minds for some things we have in the works. But no, unfortunately, we do not have a publicized list of who is driving. I'm sure Tech Inspection probably does have some form of a list on this. They do have to go through kind of a rigorous check in Tech Inspection as drivers. They get a special driver wristband that stands out a bit more than the standard liability kind of team wristbands. They do an egress check and check all of their equipment to make sure it's not expired or anything like that. With FR clothing and the helmets, the fire extinguishers, everything. And then the egress check is to ensure that they can get themselves out of the vehicle as rapidly as possible in the event of a dangerous situation.
Exactly.
So if they don't pass that, they ain't driving.
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday, I'm not as spry as I used to be. I can't get out of a race car anymore, so
I don't think I could either.
It would take me a little bit longer than everybody else.
I think that sounds like a great content opportunity. I'm going to tell Scott next year we're egressing David out of a car.
Actually, I think we should
You
race.
could race it, yeah.
Yeah, Scott and I should egress race. Exactly.
Tell us in the chat if you would like to see Scott and David egress out of some vehicles. I know I sure would.
I will definitely lose. Old man syndrome has set in.
Hey, maybe we can sabotage him. We'll make it. Yeah, I see Brad. Hot temps are tough for Northern Alberta team. I bet it is certainly a lot different. But a lot of humidity where we're at with the heat. So some areas when it's hot, you just get the dry heat and it's kind of nice. Here, or in Pennsylvania and North Carolina as well, the humidity is very much not our friends.
No.
Let's see. Proud GMS mom here. Hi, Joe. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, the Gator Motorsports car does look really awesome, Noah.
Yeah.
And the banana slugs. I was just talking to one of those team members yesterday. Really awesome team. Shout out to them. I told him that he was well, not him personally, but his team was brought up on the live stream. And all positive.
Oh, yeah.
You know, knee-jerk reaction is, what was said?
Yeah.
Nothing. All good. All good.
And if I remember correctly from their presentation, their team comprises a lot of computer science majors. They don't have a lot of mechanical engineers or electrical engineers, so they have, taken this task upon themselves to kind of learn a new discipline, which I think is great. So, way to stretch your brain.
Yeah. Is Banana Slugs, that's Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Yeah. So the student I was talking to was a first-year student who was super excited to continue on.
Sure.
Proud of how far they've gotten. And you should be, even for the teams that, maybe didn't pass tech yesterday and don't get to participate today. You should be proud of your accomplishments. This is a very difficult program. We have the full kind of portfolio of lots of different programs. But this is definitely one of our toughest ones, and there's a lot of time and effort that go into this. Speaking of, if we have any students in the chat, dying to know, what would you say on average is the amount of hours per week that you spend on Formula SAE? I bet you it's a lot.
I have heard from several team members, so the ones that I've talked to, it's like, having a full-time job. That's what they pretty much say. It's about 40 hours a week.
Well, and I tell you what, I was talking to, at Baja last weekend, I was talking to the RIT faculty advisor, and he was just, he's a wealth of information, but he was also just talking about how he tries to stress to his team how important the hands-on aspect of this is, and that if, participating in Baja or Formula, it takes up some bandwidth that your grades suffer a little bit. In the long run, it pays off, as long as you don't let them tank fully. The difference between, a 4.0 and not one of these competitions versus maybe a 3.5, and you're having the time of your life and getting a ton of, hands-on experience and making those connections, networking here, can't be understated how important it is to network and be aware of your surroundings, I would say, because it's definitely easy for teams to get a bit of tunnel vision. They're here to do what they're here to do, and they are very excited about it. But spread out across this track and everywhere you go are industry executives, hiring managers, future colleagues. It's very easy to forget that the person you might be getting a little bit upset with and maybe letting your emotions kind of get away from you might be, your future colleague or something, or the difference between getting the job or not getting the job.
That's
so
true. Plus, Sarah was mentioning that we have a lot of recruiters here.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not just networking with other teams and, seeing how they run their team, their program management, that sort of stuff. But it's also the fact that you get introduced to, companies that you may never have heard of. We have a new sponsor this year called Ilmore Engineering. And I knew about them because when I was growing up, my dad watched IndyCar racing, and they were the ones that produced the racing engines for Chevrolet. So that was, a really big opportunity for them to come in, especially, not here at EV, because even though we're driving with electric drivetrains, they have other platforms at Ilmore now, not just internal combustion, where they need electrical engineers, they need aerospace engineers, they need all different disciplines. And so they're like, of course we want to come to EV. We don't just make engines, but that's where they kind of got their big start. So it's good to have companies like that show up and, kind of, hey, I didn't even know about Ilmore Engineering. And, oh, by the way, their company isn't that far from where I'm, living right now or where I'm going to school. And it gives them an opportunity of not going, too far away, or, maybe they get to, live near home, or maybe you can live at home. I know that sounds really weird to live with your parents for a little while, but you can save up money for that deep down payment on a house because, as we all know, housing has gotten very expensive. So, if you can stay at home for a year or two after you graduate and save up some money for a big investment like a house, that'll put you a lot farther ahead than you realize. The amount of interest you spend on a mortgage, you can buy a whole nother house.
For sure. David, Aaron wants to know if we're going to be getting a driver start your engines because he wants to know the vibes.
Oh, I hear you. Well, we do not.
If we have enough lead time, maybe.
Yeah. I don't necessarily know what they do at Formula E because
Yeah, true.
We're
Start
dealing
your
with motors.
Batteries.
Yeah.
Looks like we got some replies to that question earlier on how long they spend on their Formula vehicle. He said, John said, got to be 60 plus.
Yeah.
Chris said, yep, 60 plus hours a week sounds about right because of the weekends. John said, yeah, weekends are all day SAE. So keep in mind, most of these students, they have, some of them have jobs on top of this, whether part-time or internships, and all of them have school as well. So 60 hours plus all of that.
Yeah, I think maybe we could do drivers charge your flux capacitors. I think we could come up with something fun like that. Even
I do love a good Back to the Future reference.
Exactly.
Marty McFly is gonna roll in here.
McFly. I thought I told you never come in here. All right, we're gonna go to a sponsor's commercial, so we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Tell me this. Did you come this far just to come this far? Are you still first in and last out? Is good enough ever enough? Or is greatness always waiting beyond a shadow of a doubt? Are you designed to go further? Drive past the past? Do the it can't be done? Is defiance in your DNA? Or are you just built that way? The question is not, will you make the cut? It's will you raise the bar? Why settle for the best EV when you can build the best damn car?
A bold dream to be a difference maker. A quiet determination to build better than before. The fearless focus that saves a life, mends a heart, or feeds a village. A simple quest to support a family, raise a child, or take a step. Every mission matters. Leading your world into a future of smarter, cleaner power is ours. Cummins, power onward.
Well, welcome back. I'm just going to give you guys a quick rundown. We've had some people ask about this, but if you go to results.fsaeonline.com, it's in the chat. You can pull up the endurance run order if you like. You can bring up the leaderboard from yesterday's dynamic events, whether it's autocross, skid pad, acceleration, and you can kind of see how well your teams did, you know, yesterday. And then there might even be a few things in there, you know, with regards to, you know, how they were scored for their design finals and stuff like that. So
yes,
I encourage you guys to go check some of that out. You know, we just have it up on the board for you guys today so that we can kind of give you an idea of what the current run order is. But you know, I'll kind of give you the first 10 cars that should be going. We've got University of Florida, University of Maryland College Park, Cornell University, University of California Berkeley, University of Waterloo from Canada, Missouri University of Science and Tech, Auburn University, Northwestern University, University of Alberta, again, Canada, and then University of Laval, also in Canada. So,
listen, Florida's cracking me up.
Yeah.
If you're not a Gator, then you're bait. They're calling all the other teams as you were listening to them Gator bait. I love it.
Yeah. Interestingly
Florida.
enough, I have had gators or gator food. Yeah. So mainly gator tail, but yeah, that's you know, that's a thing down in Florida.
Yeah. Well, shout out to Florida. We are excited to see you lead the pack here and see what you make of endurance today.
Yeah, I try to take my family to national parks, and while we were in Florida one year, we went to Everglades National Park. And while we were in the vicinity, we also got on one of those airboat tours where they have the, you know, the big giant fan in the back. And so we're out there in the Everglades in this thing, and they turn the stick, the rudder, whatever you want to call it, because it's not like, you know, a steering wheel or whatever. They turn it, and the whole boat, because it's a flat bottom, just spins around and does a couple 360s on the surface of the water. Of course, nobody got flung out of the boat. It was a lot of fun.
That's good. Always a good thing when no one gets flung out of the boat.
But we were sitting in the front row, which was really cool. I mean, it's not exactly like a bus, but they could fit about 20 people on this thing. And it could move. It was really pretty cool. So, but while we were down there, we, of course, had, you know, some gator and a little bit of catfish. So nothing wrong with being, you know, down in that culture and enjoying, you know, what they typically eat. So plus we got to hold a couple little gators and, you know, that kind of thing.
What was the boat called? What kind? You said?
Oh, they're called airboats or gator boats.
Airboat. That's I know. Not that it's relevant at all, but I know Lana Del Rey married a captain of one of those boats from Louisiana.
Okay.
She went on a tour and I guess found more than just the tour, so good for her.
Nice.
Gator boys stay hot. Here we go. University of Florida's entered the chat. There's.
I think the University of Florida definitely has the most chat fans right now.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah,
I think
anybody else recruit
let's
some
throw
more.
down the gauntlet and let's see if anybody else can say, oh,
Yeah.
oh, by the way, we're here and we're going to show up in full force. So whether that's Georgia Tech, whether that's University of Auburn,
I
or
think
maybe even a Canadian
Maryland
team.
College Park, get in here.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. I mean, what are you waiting on?
Cornell, Berkeley, all of you.
Yeah.
I know you're all itching to see them on track. We are as well. Just making sure everything is tied up with the bow. We've got to make sure all of the scoring equipment is doing what it's supposed to. Everything is staffed, ready to go. And you can see we'll be showing some teams up on screen here shortly. Watching from the stands as spectators, I see a lot of umbrellas.
Good call.
Not sure which team that is, but New Mexico. Very smart, New Mexico.
Yeah, they don't get enough sun down in New Mexico. So
yeah,
they have
clearly.
no idea what's going on. Yep.
They know what they're doing. They have a bit of experience when it comes to this kind of thing. At least they don't have humidity, though. That's probably a different beast for them.
Yeah, agreed. I just saw in the chat, shout out to the faculty advisors that are here.
Yeah,
I totally agree. Again, from, one teacher to another, I definitely applaud you coming out here and participating in this and showing up to support your team. We actually sat next to a faculty advisor at dinner last night. So had a great conversation with them, talked about a lot of the new and upcoming programs, as well as some of the things that teams just don't know they don't know.
Yeah.
We talked about Learn Twice. So any of you teams out there that, are looking to, kind of pass the torch on to the next generation of engineers, there's an opportunity for you to do some mentoring with some middle school students or elementary school students, high school students. It doesn't really matter. But if you go into the CDS web, there is a link where you can access the Learn Twice platform, and you can request to be a part of it, and your team gets a $2,500 stipend after you complete 30 cumulative hours of volunteer work.
It doesn't have to be the same team members. You can split it up. Really great opportunity that's funded by the SAE Foundation and some other supporting foundations that partner with our A World in Motion team. Really great opportunity. I will say the cycle runs from the time registration opens in the fall until August 1st. So if you are a team that has hours accumulated, make sure you get them logged into FSA Online through the Learn Twice portal. If you're not and happen to be in an area where school is year-round and you have the opportunity to pump out 30 hours between now and August 1st, by all means. But it will refresh come August 1, and then when registration opens in October-ish, that's when you will be able to re-register.
Right. And I think our colleague just put into the chat the link for that. So we encourage you to take advantage of it, because, again, it's very inspiring to have, college students that build race cars. I know, again, it's workforce development, but you're building a race car, and you're coming into this classroom, and you get to talk about that and how, these students are applying science and math to solve problems with the AWIM challenges. And they also, want to hear about the engineering design process. With AWIM, they talk about an engineering design experience. And so it's very, very similar to the engineering design process that your school might use. And we all know that there's varying versions of those, but that's the kind of thing that they want to hear from you, because of the cool stuff that you get to do at the collegiate level. So you can inspire the next generation of engineers by doing this. And again, a shout out to all of the corporate sponsorships that make the SAE Foundation possible. We have a lot of corporate giving and that's our charitable arm of SAE. So anybody out there that wants to have their corporation give a donation, that's a great opportunity for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
It supports STEM education at its finest.
Well, I'm sure many of you that are in engineering can think back to whatever that moment was that really sparked your interest. And I know from having a little one that is car obsessed himself, it's very, I don't know, it's special. So if you can be part of having that, moment, sparking that moment for the youth, really, you're building the future of tomorrow's engineers.
Certainly.
And they could be a future team member on your team. Not that you'll still be there, but I see Travis. UF has the best faculty advisor too. Florida's still going strong. I
know, right?
Some Let's Go Terrapins, so we do have some Maryland representation. But Travis, I must ask, are you the faculty advisor? I am a little bit suspicious that you might be.
Self-nominating.
Nicole, who are you booing? Hate from Vermont. Rude. At least we're having a good time in here.
Exactly.
So half of the GMS team had to take a break from building rockets this summer to be here. Ooh, tell us more, Aaron.
Yeah. Is that part of the National Rocketry Challenge or something like that?
Yeah, or are we talking about, like, SpaceX jobs?
Right.
What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Hopefully not that one that just blew up I saw the other day. That was pretty...
All right.
Always scary when you see stuff like that. Dr. Nemi, so Travis was not the faculty advisor. Apologies, Travis, for giving you a hard time. One thing that I will call out, especially since we've got so much Florida representation, something that I'm not totally sure that every team in every region is aware of, but SAE membership has sections and chapters. And I know Florida in particular is one that has a very strong section, a lot of support. I wouldn't be surprised if we've got Rebecca Volman watching. Hello, Rebecca.
Well, unfortunately, Rebecca just moved up to Charlotte. So, yeah.
She's going to be in your region now.
She's going to be in my region.
Well, still strong, I'm sure, in Florida, even without her.
I think she left them in very good shape. She's got a very strong legacy there, exactly. And I just saw the Florida car get pushed out to the starting line, so I think we're gonna see some things going. So, drivers, charge up those flux capacitors. Here we go.
Look, Catherine's blowing up Travis's spot. She says Travis is an undercover faculty advisor. There are some of those. And go UMD. GMS has those top tier internships like building rockets. Not easy to get. Awesome. Certainly not easy to get. Means you got some smart cookies on your team for sure. But really, this whole event is filled with smart cookies.
Yeah, so, I'm kind of looking at the endurance run order. I'm not sure if it's 100% correct.
What? What do you mean?
I just don't know, because when I'm looking at the track, the
Just
yellow
who's
and blue
there?
car is...
That's Santa Cruz, isn't it?
I think that's Santa Cruz. They were sitting next to the Florida car, so I know they're out there, but I'm not sure if they're going to run next, so we'll just have to see if that's the correct order or not. I went back and looked at some of the leaderboards from yesterday to see if there was any rhyme or reason to how that kind of sorted itself out, but I'm just not seeing it. Santa Cruz is listed as the 11th car to run, so yeah, so
Yeah, and I can't imagine we have 10 missing. That's a
Yeah.
1, maybe 2, maybe, but it's also possible they ran into some issues, but that's a lot of teams to run into issues.
But I do know that what they typically do for staging is they'll call like the first 10 teams that need to run, and they'll get them out there on the staging area, not necessarily in order. So that might be the case, that we just happened to see Florida out there first. They knew that they were going to be first, maybe because they were the last ones to get through break.
Yeah, look.
So here's Maryland moving. So, yeah.
Yep, they might have just been eager beavers, got there quick. Told you the Santa Cruz team was on top of it.
Or maybe they had a really good paddock space that allowed them to get out here quickly. So that could be another thing as well. So a lot of different options.
Hope your teammate found their phone. That's why I was hanging out with them yesterday, looking for a lost phone and acceleration at the end of the day. So if anybody picked up a white iPhone, Santa Cruz is looking for it.
Yeah, so I see a few things out here. That's a lot less cars in endurance than in Baja. That is correct. Endurance for Baja is run very differently because, again, the power plants are very different. In Baja, the maximum power plant that they're allowed to use is only 10 horsepower. Technically, it's a 14 horsepower engine, but it has a restrictor plate on it to reduce the airflow going into the combustion chamber, and therefore it's only rated to 10 horsepower. So there's a limit to the top speed of the vehicles, and so the idea is that yes, we do run wheel-to-wheel action in Baja, but they do have a full roll cage. They are in a 5-point harness. They have a lot of safety considerations out there, and the course is very different. Pavement is not as forgiving as dirt. That is a fact. So
Baja's kind of, I don't want to say made to roll over, but kind of. It's a bit of the nature of it. The structural integrity of the vehicle is impacted with each rollover, and that's why after 3 they get pulled from endurance. But I think if we see a Formula car roll over, especially at electric, we've got much bigger problems than being soft. So,
yes.
Justin, I appreciate your trolling.
That is some shade being thrown right there.
Seems soft. Years ago we did a video. Michael will remember this. We did a video of Baja versus Formula, where we went around the different Bajas and the different Formula events and kind of asked which is better and why, and it was a fun little friendly fire.
Of course.
Yeah, it's still on the YouTube, and I think it's one of our most watched videos out there.
Oh yeah.
Believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of friendly rivalry in that.
Oh,
and
yes.
That's awesome, though. That is also a motivating factor for your team to show up on those SAE Saturdays where you're there all day long.
Yeah.
So.
And I tell you what, in talking to a lot of sponsors this weekend, it was evident just how much there is crossover and overlap in recruiting from both programs. So while you might be, a little competitive or feel, I don't want to say enemy, that's too much of a strong word, but...
Yeah, frenemies.
But yes, frenemies, that's a perfect one. Even though you're frenemies now, you may be work besties in the future,
exactly.
so...
Yeah.
And there's certainly a lot of crossover also in volunteering. I know the Baja cost lead from a few years back, it's somebody else now.
Right.
Oop, and we are...
Here we go. First car on track is University of Florida.
So I know we're it's exciting. But anyway, the Baja cost lead was a Formula student, and we see a lot of that back and forth. I know we had a panel last weekend at Baja, Maryland, and we certainly saw some Formula students.
Their car looks very composed.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Looks like they're getting a feel for the track, not taking it too fast. They don't want to go off course too early. Don't want to collect any cones.
Oh.
And
you just jinxed them.
That
was your fault, Dave.
That was my bad.
Florida. His name's David Sander. He lives in Charlotte, North Carolina. Or is it Charlotte? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
It's classified.
Yes. It is a beautiful car.
Yep.
And I trust they'll make up for that cone.
Yeah. They won't be the first one to take out a cone. And it looks like Maryland might have just gone off the starting line.
I see some design questions in the chat. So if you are interested, we are live streaming the design kind of, what do we call it? The design, I don't want to say the wrong thing, public design review. So we will be live streaming that later as well. So if you're interested in kind of some of those top teams and you want to peek behind the curtain and learn more, we will have that up and rolling. Tentatively, it is scheduled for, let's see, design review briefing. I just had it. Tentatively, it's scheduled for 4, but with the, that's all dependent on what time endurance wraps up, which that's dependent on how many cars make it to endurance and are able to run. They will be doing 22 laps, 11 laps per driver. So once we are through all eligible vehicles in endurance that are running, we will kind of pivot to tabulating scores. Shout out to Steve Sayevitz. He works hard, probably harder than most. He is a very dedicated individual, so he works hard on the rules along with all of the Formula SAE Rules Committee, and is certainly working hard to calculate the scores as quickly as possible once we wrap.
There's Cornell out there. Don't poke the bear. Or do poke the bear.
They want to be poked.
Yeah, I always tell my children, do not poke the bear, and I'm obviously the bear.
Mm-hmm. There goes Florida. Yeah, my guess is we'll end up doing public design review a lot earlier, but we will certainly push out on the app when we are ready to go live with that. We shall see, but
one thing we'll also do is we'll update the times on the YouTube as well as we discover information in production as well.
So I saw a question about UConn. UConn is 16th in the run order, so they'll be coming out there. And then, of course, yes, we love our Canadian teams. They, in fact, if you look at the list and you compare, like, the number of teams that were registered and the number of teams that got all the way through tech, a pretty solid percentage are from Canada. So, you know, I'm not doing quick math here. You know, that's not my strong point. But, you know, just looking at it, you know, I see 3 teams right away. Let's see here. And then, of course, you know, one is, you know, one of the last 3 cars to go. So, obviously, they're ranked up pretty high. And then, of course, we have Singapore and Koopman University from South Korea. So, you know, those teams had probably the longest distance to come here. So,
yeah, for sure.
I know when my mom went to her class reunions for high school, they would spray paint a car tire gold, and they would give it to the person that traveled the farthest to get to their class reunion.
That's cool.
And so, you know, it's like you always wanted to be the one to get the gold tire.
You'd have to, like, to check a giant gold tire.
So, yeah, I guess you could take a Hoosier tire.
Yeah.
You know, they're little tiny go-kart tires or something like that. You know, that might be a little bit easier to fit in your carry-on.
We've got some Cornell representation in here now.
I think that sounds like a new award we need to start giving from SAE is the Golden Tire Award.
Yeah.
Let's hear from the chat if we think that's a sound award we should be giving out.
You know, the aero design team, they sometimes, depending on the event location, will do kind of what's superlative awards. So the volunteers will kind of keep an eye out for teams that go above and beyond, or do the right thing when they didn't have to. we sometimes do have teams tattle on themselves, and that is honestly great. We love to see it because it's just shows strong integrity and, I don't know, sportsmanship.
Certainly. And, it's kind of owning it. It's like,
yeah, for sure.
There are cases where teams might have had an accident in their lab on campus, and as a result, they learn from that accident. They create new safety protocols, and then they share that with other teams, or they share it, among the university for, across all of their motorsports programs. So whether it's Formula, Baja, even, the ones that SAE doesn't do, or, Formula Student over in Europe, being able to share that content knowledge so, not everybody has to recreate the process over, but also, everybody's heard the saying, a smart man learns from their mistakes. A wise man learns from the mistakes of others.
Yes. Be observant.
Yep.
We saw Grant said golden sticker most times through all the techs. Do you mean most attempts or like fastest time, like the first to get through all of them?
Oh, that's an interesting award as well. The golden sticker
feels like pouring salt in the wound if it's for most attempts at tech. And where does that stand if you don't pass tech? Are they eligible, or is it only the ones that pass tech?
Right. There's Cornell.
I saw before.
Very composed.
206 is up on screen right now. We've got Cornell. Somebody has a shout out to Joseph Glusker. That is the driver, I believe, right now. And they said best driver on track. So I don't know if you're going to take that, Florida. Inciting riots in the chat here. Hi, Pam. Maryland College Park grandmother. Thanks for tuning in. Excited to have you.
Yeah, the live stream is a great opportunity to, be able to showcase this to people that aren't able to make the trip. It's a great opportunity for our sponsors to get showcased as well. I know Ford is a big sponsor of Endurance, so we're got a shout out to them. So thank you for Ford. Without your sponsorship, the Endurance would not be happening. They're the ones that help get the SCCA crew here, and help make sure that we have the resources that we need for the timing and everything else. So big shout out to all of them.
Yeah. We actually.
So Taylor B, what's the distance for each lap? It's approximately a mile, so it might be a little bit over that, but they do go out there and measure it before the racing, and then, like I said, teams, typically have a chance to get a feel for the course with a walkthrough, but the idea is that it's about a mile long, and because it's on the back stretch, everything's pretty flat. There's minimal banking on it, so you're not doing some off-camber turns or anything. And again, we tilt test these cars to verify their center of gravity, so we have minimal chance for a rollover. Not that it can't happen, but it's a lot less likely just from the CG on these cars is so low. A Baja vehicle, we were talking about how they are allowed to do 3 rollovers. Well, they have a much higher center of gravity because their suspension is so high. They have to be able to have some ground clearance for the terrain that they're going to be going through. So that makes a huge difference on, how easy it is to tip that vehicle over.
So I know David just shouted out the sponsors that made this possible. We have the gold sponsors and above are responsible for making sure this live stream can happen. So quick shout out. We have our event partners, NCEES, PACCAR, SolidWorks, and then we've got our platinum sponsors in Ford, the Gene Haas Foundation, Honda, and Oshkosh, and the gold sponsors of Cummins, Lucid, Magna, Multimatic, Nissan, Rivian, and Stellantis. So thank you again to all of these amazing sponsors that help make not only the live stream itself possible, but the event as a whole. They really bring the support necessary.
And here's Waterloo on track, and it looks like they have maybe even an active aero team. If you look at the wing on the back of their car, it's got a maple leaf flag from Canada, but you can kind of see through it. So I'm wondering if they go around tight corners, that flexes up so that it creates a little bit more downforce. I did see the Maryland car kind of roll off. I'm not sure if they came in for a driver change or if they had a little bit of a technical issue. Sometimes if a vehicle is not performing, the driver will, pull off on their own accord. Sometimes they might get a black flag from the race crew that's out there that's monitoring this. They might have, a mechanical malfunction, so they might get a mechanical black flag where they have to pull the car in and repair it before they can take it back out on course, or see if there's a way to mitigate any of the issues. It could be, maybe even one of their, spoilers was dragging on the ground a little too aggressively, and they wanted to get that taken care of. So there's a lot of different options out there. But here we go, Waterloo's looking really composed around there. They're going to be coming through the slalom here in a second. And it looks like University of Florida is making their way through some S-curves and right past the starting point. There's Waterloo finishing up the slalom into the S-curves, and then again back past the starting point of the endurance race.
Oh, did they come through that? Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So we got a shout out to Spencer Taylor, the University of Florida driver.
Yep. And the next car going out on course is Missouri University of Science and Tech, or Missouri S&T as they like to call it. So we'll see them entering the course here in a second. It looks like Florida just got the checkered flag, so they completed their series of runs. And so likely we'll be seeing another car out on course here shortly. Possibly after Waterloo passes by. There we go.
We've got Nana Esther. She said, "Go Gators."
Looking
so
strong.
Proud.
There's Cornell.
Thanks for tuning in, Nana Esther. See, we've got Donde. We know all of the sacrifice, dedication, resilience involved in getting your team to endurance. Appreciate being able to watch the live stream from across the country. Go Spartan Racing. Awesome.
Yeah, that's San Jose State University. Wow.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, San Jose is ranked up pretty high. They're going to be launching 26th out of the 30 car order that we have. We only have 30 cars that made it all the way through inspection. So again, they had to go through mechanical inspection, electrical inspection, as well as a rain test, tilt test, and a brake check. So sometimes if they don't have their brake bias properly sorted out, one of their wheels will keep spinning as they're trying to brake the car, and that's that's something that is not allowed. So they will not be able to continue on if they don't pass through brake checks. So we again try to make sure everybody's going to be safe out here, and being able to stop a vehicle is very important. Occasionally a vehicle will go off course, it'll lose traction and spin out or something, and so we might have a red flag. And the last thing we want is another vehicle being unable to control. And braking is a huge part of racing. I mean, like, in terms of, like, if you were doing, a relatively inexpensive racing series like Champ Car Challenge or something like that, you're allowed to do upgrades to your car within a certain budget. And getting better brakes is actually one of the cheapest upgrades you can do to your car to improve your track time. Because it allows you to go farther into the curve and brake later than if you had really weak brakes. So you can really stomp on those brakes. It also helps the front tires dig a little bit deeper, so you can steer the car with minimal understeer. There's a lot of benefits to having really good brakes on your car. So, not only do we do it for safety, but there is, a competitive advantage to having really good brakes. I know some teams use regen on their braking, but you still want to have a mechanical way to stop the vehicle. Yeah, Waterloo's looking pretty solid out there. They have, like I said, a pretty solid aero package. Not only do they have the big wings on the back, the front, but they also have an under tray, which produces some aerodynamic downforce by creating a vacuum on the car. It's a pretty cool system. It forces the air to speed up under the car, which reduces the pressure. So it's a pretty clever system. Looking really composed out there.
Absolutely.
Justin Smith just put an eBay wing on his Ford F-150, and he gets to work 3 minutes faster now. There's no telling what you can find on eBay. Obviously, a wing for your Ford F-150 is available. Looks like U of F got their driver change done. They're back out, completing 11 more laps. There's Waterloo working their way on the home stretch through the slaloms and the S-curves, back up around to the starting point. I think for next year we definitely need to have like a map of the course, and we of course need to name it things like we do with Le Mans or other race courses. We could have, of course, the Porsche S's. We could have, but we could obviously, allow our sponsors to name sections of the course. I think that
Creative,
sounds really cool. Exactly.
Sure. I love that.
Yeah. I did see Another vehicle head out on course.
Surprised, actually. Usually there isn't an endurance track. I'm sure it's embedded within like maybe event layout.
There's Cornell. Not sure if they just finished a driver change. Looked like they did. There's Florida looking quite composed out there.
It's going to be a hot one today. Can't even tell in the tent.
Not seeing a lot of cones being collected, but I don't want to jinx it again. I'll have to avoid saying that too often. There we go. Map of the endurance courses under the competition resources page. Thank you, James McIntosh. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I guess not.
Yeah. I'm going to pull up my competition resources, see if I can find that. Maps.
That's icy.
Oh.
Pull down a little bit more. I don't see the endurance one. Honestly. Practice, autocraft.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it in EV.
Brake, tilt, cost. Do you think there is that? Where did it go?
Yeah.
Files. We do have the student handbook, which typically does have the maps in it. I'm guessing probably just. Nope, nope. We're missing one in here too. Seems like a little oversight there, but.
So Rick, while I do like your suggestion, MIS is a no drone zone.
Yeah, we wish.
Yeah, yeah. Our media crew would definitely like to have some drones out here. I'm getting a big nod from our production manager over here. It's like, oh yes, we'd love to have some drones out there, but you know, for the safety of the spectators and the course concerns, it is a no drone zone.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we just need a Goodyear blimp to show up, right? Yeah.
Hey, Goodyear, want to sponsor?
Yeah.
Come on down.
They used to have one of their Goodyear blimps stationed in Akron, Ohio, so not too far of a trip. You know, even from a blimp, a lot of people are like, oh, don't they move slow? They move a little bit faster than you think, but it's a very cool technology. Allows them to hover right overhead. But yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to get any helicopters out here to kind of hover over the course. They're going to be using a little bit too much fuel just to get us some video feeds. There's looks like University of Auburn. Auburn University is out on track. I was trying to see what that car was. For some reason, I must have missed Missouri S&T. I'm not sure if they're on the track. Maybe I missed them as well. But there's Auburn right there. You can see the War Eagle team and the paint scheme from Auburn. Okay.
I think it was Waterloo. Sorry.
Yeah, so Waterloo pitted. They were the black and yellow team that was out there. So if you're watching the live stream, you'll see as the cars move through the cones, there are some sections where they have to kind of zigzag through the cones, through a slalom. But then you'll see them on a straightaway with a whole bunch of cones. Those are typically the passing zones. So if, for example, one of the cars is moving a little bit slower than another and a faster car is behind it, the slower car will be directed to one side of the passing lane, and then the faster car will be able to utilize the passing lane and scoot around them so that they're not held up for their endurance times.
Grant wants to know the Hoosier glimpse coming. More commentary on the teams on track. So we have pretty much the same teams for a bit. It's a little tough. I'll try to give you a little bit more. There's Cornell again. Oh, the bear. Florida still going strong. Leaders, blue wings.
All right, so we did have a request. A little bit more commentary on track and lap times, or the track actions. So I did pull up the most recent results for endurance right now. The fastest lap so far is from the University of Florida, Gator Motorsports, with a lap of 1 minute and 10 seconds. Cornell is clocking in, their best lap is 1:16 with an average of 1:36. University of Waterloo is, their best track time or lap time is 1:14 with an average of 1:17. That's pretty solid. War Eagle Motorsports from Auburn, they have a fastest lap of 1 minute 24 and an average of 1:28. And then, of course, Gator Motorsports, they are clocking in the fastest lap at 1:10, but they have a higher average time of 1 minute and 29.916 seconds. So almost a minute 30 on their average lap time. And that might be possible because they did receive a penalty for taking out a couple cones and going off course, but I'm not sure if that's been calculated or not. But they do have the fastest lap time so far. But as far as fastest average lap times, we've been, we've got University of Waterloo. So I saw a question about North Carolina State. They are not on the list for the endurance run order. They did not make it through all of their safety checks, so they did not get their 5 stickers, unfortunately. And considering I'm an alum of NC State, I'm a little sad about that, but that's okay. Failure is part of the learning process, and not that I call that a failure. It's just a misstep. Hey, they didn't quite make it through tech and all the inspections, but hopefully they'll learn from it and come back stronger. Looks like we've got a Cornell is having some mechanical issues.
No.
but it looks like they got started again. They were able to come to the pit stop, and then they got started again. Florida's moving there. And they just clocked an even faster lap time of 1 minute and 8 seconds. So they're moving around at a pretty good clip. So Justin, I believe each cone that you take out or knock out of position, knock over in any way, I think it counts as 2 seconds per cone. And I believe that's also in autocross. So I'm not 1,000% certain on that, but I'm pretty sure that's what the rules state. You get a 2 second penalty on that. And again, we've got Cornell. Looks like they're having some mechanical issues, and it could be that they are running on a reduced charge, and maybe that's why they're going to be pulled off the course.
It's tough.
So, when do the internal combustion cars drive? That would be last month. So they were here in May. And I will have to say, even though it is warm today, we had some chilly weather in May. I was here last May, and I was with Scott in the booth on the Endurance live stream, and I just about froze. And I was wearing plenty of warm clothes. I had gloves, I had a nice fleece and a windbreaker, I had pants on. Today I'm wearing shorts and the lightest possible clothing I own. And so yeah, but it was a little bit cold in May, but that's when we run IC. Again, they typically run in May, and then electric runs in June. Now some people are like, so why do we do that? Well, again, building an accumulator pack is significantly challenging. It is really, really hard. It's the equivalent of basically building an engine from scratch in terms of complexity and how long it takes to do that. So the idea is that in order to give teams enough time to prepare for competition within the academic calendar year, we realized that if we had our Formula Electric event in May, we would have fewer teams ready to participate. Whereas Formula IC, they're basically buying that power plant and adapting it to their chassis and their drivetrain, so it isn't as challenging as developing the electric drivetrain and the accumulator pack from scratch. Looks like Auburn is picking up the pace a little bit. They're moving around the course pretty well. I see Cornell. They just exited the course. And I believe Cornell got 17 laps. They did not get their full 22 laps, so that is going to dock them on some points, but unfortunately, that's where they are. Auburn's listed right now at 9 laps, throwing down a 1 minute 24 second lap. Cornell dropped a 1:16, and then of course University of Waterloo has the highest the lowest lap average time of 1:17, and a pretty respectable 1:14 for their fastest lap. And yeah, Gator Motorsports, they completed their 22 laps. Their fastest lap time is at the top of the leaderboard right now, and their average lap time was 1 minute and 26 seconds. So they were able to improve on their average lap time by running pretty clean and quickly through the course. So fantastic job, University of Florida.
Indeed.
Okay, looks like we have Auburn scooting by, but we are going to step off and go to one of our sponsor ads. So we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Joe DeHaan from Oshkosh Corporation. I work on the corporate electrification team, which does electric powertrain systems integration in our vehicles. So Oshkosh is an industrial technology company that builds specialty vehicles. We have over 18,000 employees across the globe in 19 different countries. So we not only manufacture specialty vehicles, but the technology behind the vehicles, including electrification, autonomous systems, and software-defined vehicles. We've been a sponsor for Formula EV for the past 2 years. Pratt Miller, one of our businesses, has been involved in Formula for many, many years. It's really impressive to see the students take advantage of this opportunity to gain hands-on experience before getting into the workforce. So this year we're sponsoring the design competition, and we'll be giving the design awards at the design ceremony. So we're really excited about that. I didn't participate in Formula, but I did participate in Baja SAE while I was at Michigan Tech. I've gotten more involved in Formula since joining Oshkosh Corporation, and it's just amazing to see the great work that these students do putting these vehicles together.
Last year, Ram killed the Hemi V8, and people had opinions. The same people that killed the Hemi sent me out here with these comments. That's not happening. We own it, we got it wrong, and we're fixing it. You hear that? That's our Hemi, and it's saying, I'm back.
Did he say what I think he said? That thing's got a Hemi!
You want more? Buckle up. Ram's coming back to NASCAR. Let's go, baby. We're back in America's motorsport. The Hemi's back, and we ain't going anywhere.
All right, thank you for coming back. And we just saw the Goodyear blimp. We need the Goodyear blimp over MIS today. If they want to join us, you know, get the chat out there to make that happen. Looks like Northwestern is on track. They have the black and gold car with the purple stripe down the middle, looking pretty strong. Just passed another car in the dedicated passing zone. I did see some questions in the chat here. So how do teams manage the battery life of the cars? Do they know if they're running out of power? Typically with an electric car, you will know you're running out of power because you're going to run slower. That's just how it is. It's kind of like with a cordless drill. I know I'm running out of power when I'm not able to run the same RPM. So you will notice it as you're driving around the course. But the teams are basically within the specifications of the competition. Their battery pack, assuming that the car is efficient, has more than enough energy to get them through the 22 laps of the endurance course. So that should not be a problem. However, again, there are some issues where you might have a bad cell, or you might have something, not performing correctly in your battery pack. It could be your battery management system or whatever, and we can see Northwestern just pulled off, and that might have an issue with your power as well.
So we've got Northwestern with the red car.
So there's Cornell trying to finish up their last few laps. Yep, Cornell's up to 19 now. Northwestern just did one. And there's Missouri S&T. They got one lap in. So, again, I also saw in the chat that said something about how University of Florida was going so much faster than the others. Well, yes, they were going faster. They were about 6 seconds faster than the Waterloo team, but that will likely be eclipsed later on today. We've got some really quick cars coming up. Again, if you go to yesterday's results and look at acceleration, You can kind of see where the different teams fell, and you know, those faster cars in acceleration, that's just dedication of speed right there. You will see much quicker times coming from those teams. Now, in terms of overall vehicle performance, you know, they're going around these corners, going through the slaloms. How the car handles does make a big difference on their lap times. And like I said, you know, if I were a team manager, I would focus on, you know, making the car as drivable as possible and improving the drivability of it, because, you know, again, we're not dealing with professional drivers out there in most cases, and, you know, you want to make the car easy to handle, easy to manage as they're, you know, working their way through the cones, because, you know, that alone, you know, just trying to navigate the course is enough of, you know, the mental challenge for these student drivers. So having to deal with a car that's not handling well adds to a lot of stress for those drivers. And there's Auburn maneuvering around the course pretty smoothly. But yeah, if the driver only has to worry about their the cones, then, and their car is handling right, then they're going to tend to be able to focus on that. Looks like Auburn is coming up behind Cornell. We're going to see a passing zone action happening. Again, not quite wheel-to-wheel action, but you can see the Cornell driver diverted into the passing lane, and so that Cornell could get around him. And we've got Alberta out on course.
Ice refill. We're getting some side sound. Yeah. It is hot in here, so you know, cut us some slack on the background noise. Alberta, I bet he is sweating. He or she, whoever their driver is, gotta be hot. We got Cornell off to the side.
That's a pretty cool driver suit out there. Got some cool lines on it. I'm a big fan of Top Gear UK, so I would want to have an all-white suit, all-white helmet. I would recreate the Stig. That would be my driver's suit. Not that I could perform as well as the Stig. It would just be the intimidation factor that I'm going for. It's like, oh man, did you see that team over there? They got the Stig. No fair. All right, so I see a question. How is OSU doing? So you're gonna have to be a little bit more specific. I'm assuming you're talking about Oregon State, because I don't believe we have an Ohio State in the mix here, and we don't have Oklahoma State either. So I'm assuming you're talking about Oregon State. They have a much later launch time, so they're going to be probably launching well after lunch. They're number 27 out of 30 cars. So, yeah, they're probably going to be launched around 1 o'clock. I could be wrong on the timing of that, but right now,
good estimate at least.
You know, we're working our way through endurance, and as of right now, you know, we've got Missouri, Alberta, Waterloo, Northwestern. If we go over here to our endurance run order and look, you know, we're only about 9 cars in. So that kind of gives you a rough idea. So I don't believe we actually stopped racing for lunch. I see when is lunchtime in the chat. I was just referencing approximately 12 o'clock in the afternoon as the typical standard for lunchtime. So I wasn't saying that we're going to just stop racing for that. So needless to say, we've got a little bit of movement over in the passing zone, and we've got some yellow flags out there. So we've got something on the course that's going to make the driver slow down. Not sure what we're looking at. Looks like they might be trying to tow off one of the cars. And I think I see a new vehicle out on course. We might have Laval out there. We're going to go over here to our track times and see if we can pull up who is on course at the moment. Yep, we have Laval out on course. They just dropped a 1 minute 47 seconds, but again, some of these teams are out on the course for the first time. They might be taking it nice and slow to get familiar with it before they start cranking out some faster laps. But like I said, we will see some much faster laps later throughout the day. And there goes Alberta around the start-finish line. And I'm guessing that this is Laval. They've got a slick-looking color scheme there, black with gold, and I like the white trim around the gold. That really makes it pop. That is a nice touch to it. And it looks like we've got Santa Cruz out there. I wonder if we've got some...
The banana slugs.
Yep, the banana slugs. Yes, Santa Cruz is out there. They have not completed a lap yet, but we're going to kind of refresh and see if we can get their lap time after they pass through the start-finish line. Looks like Auburn is catching up to, or no, that's Laval catching up to Alberta, and they're going to get through the passing zone. You can see how quickly that maneuver, and there goes the Banana Slug team, and let's see what their lap time was. Again, it's possible that we might not get a result because, the teams rely on transponders to do all the timing, and we could actually get an issue with the technology where it's not recording a lap. So we'll keep you posted on that. But as of right now, we do not have a current result for Formula Slug. But let's see here. Laval, they went from a 147 lap time down to a 124, so they definitely are picking up the pace. Auburn's at about a 124 for their fastest lap time, so that's doing pretty well there. And let's see, I'm going to hit the refresh and see if we can see if Santa Cruz is recording their lap times yet. No, not yet. So like I said, there might be a glitch in the system for Santa Cruz. We might have to pull them in and make sure that we get their transponder working. But Missouri S&T there on the screen, they're doing pretty well. They got a 1 minute 41 second lap time.
And we have RFID tags that each car is equipped with as kind of a bit of a backup system as well. So a lot of times that'll kind of act as a fail-safe of sorts if we are having issues with the transponders. I know for both Formula and Baja, we're kind of working through some next phases of how we approach transponders. I know if you've rented one from us with Formula, they are a bit getting up there in age, so we're looking at replacement systems.
Exactly.
The teams do bring their own for anyone that's curious.
There we go. We got a track time for Formula Slug, and they are dropping in a 117. That's pretty solid. Not bad for their first and second lap. Their average lap time is 120. So if they can keep that up, their average lap time will eclipse University of Florida. There they go, maneuvering around the course. Another really cool thing, if you notice the Santa Cruz car, it's got its suspension actually mounted on the outside of the body. It's really cool to see all the different solutions that these teams have. I know that some put their suspension down below the driver's legs, and that's that's a decision that a lot of teams make based on packaging. Basically, it's allowing for ease of egress, and it also allows for different aero packages. But again, these cars are not necessarily going 100 miles an hour. They're typically doing about 40 miles an hour around these courses, maybe a little bit faster on the straightaways. But aero does matter, but it doesn't matter as much as it would in a Formula race or a NASCAR race. So having the suspension on the outside of the car is not that huge of a detriment, but it is something to consider with regards to design. So let's see, Formula Slug is coming back around towards the start-finish line. There we go. You can see the suspension mounted on the top with those suspension rods. Very nice. Let's see. Yeah. They just lowered their lap time down to a 1:14. So they're 6 seconds away from the Florida Gator Motorsports. And I think they might have even gotten slowed down by one of the cars out on track. Notice they're out in clean air, so to speak. So we're going to see, I think, a quicker lap time as long as they have a clean run without, taking out any of our Cozy Cone motels.
Got a brand new Cozy Cone sticker on the back of my car, actually.
Yeah.
Shout out Radiator Springs.
There we go. More references to the Cars movie.
I tell you what, back in 2020, when obviously the world shut down for a little bit, we did a social contest with all of the teams where, every day was a different challenge that we would throw out there. One time it was put together a digital team photo from wherever you are, kind of splice it together and be as creative and fun as you want with it. And we did a lot of, actually, speaking of egress earlier, we did an egress challenge video where students had to egress out of anything but a car, basically. So it was funny, it was open to all university programs, and I can distinctly remember from SETI's University, we had an aero design student egress out of a fridge, and it was probably one of the funniest videos I've seen. But why I bring this up is because a lot of the team photos out of Formula had Lightning McQueen kind of photoshopped into their, image, and Lightning McQueen made quite a debut in a lot of the different challenges that month. We ran it every single day for the whole month. It was a lot of fun to see, but that was the year that I learned that we have a lot of McQueen stands out there, so.
Yes, indeed.
We talk about the spark. I bet you McQueen sparked a couple of them. David showed me off screen. What was that, Aerotech? It was the Crossroom Aerotech, right?
Yeah.
He's got a selfie with McQueen.
I've got a selfie with Lightning McQueen. I was down at the Aerotech conference in Charlotte, North Carolina, and they had a reception at the NASCAR Hall of Fame Museum, which was right next to the conference center. And so I went over to the reception and I saw the Lightning McQueen car there, and I was like, oh, by all means, I've got to get a picture with this. And of course I knew yes. Sarah's son loves Lightning McQueen, so I sent it to her, and of course I became Wyatt's at least newfound hero.
Oh yes, you're famous at my house.
Lightning McQueen.
So is Scott. He thinks it's the absolute coolest thing. I think he's pretty convinced that Scott's a YouTube star.
Gotcha.
So you and Scott are very much top of the list when it comes to colleagues. Ka-chow.
Ka-chow.
That definitely, Ka-chow made its way into many of the students' videos as well, I recall, of course.
All right. Formula Slug was picking up the pace out there, dropped to 113. Alberta with a 115. And Auburn with a 114. And Laval with a 112. So we are seeing some teams with some faster times. And speaking of Santa Cruz, they're out there maneuvering pretty well. There's Laval working their way through the slalom. That is a beautiful car. And there's Alberta scooting around the start-finish line.
Big scooting bogey.
And there goes the banana slugs. Yeah. Formula Slug is down to 112 now. Again, they're within striking distance of the fastest lap time, as is Laval. I see Kansas City sending out some shout outs to Missouri S&T. Very nice. So, I see a question on here. How many teams out of 86 passed inspection? That's a good question. I don't have the number of teams that passed through mechanical and then electrical. I think we're going to see if we can't find that somewhere. Only 30 teams passed through all of the inspection points, which includes 5 things. Again, they have to get through mechanical, electrical, which includes EV active. They have to get through the rain test, the tilt test, and the brake test. And if they don't get through all 5 of those, they are not allowed to participate in any of the dynamic events. So you might see somewhere on here where, you know, we have, like if I go to our, like our leaderboard and we're looking at acceleration or something like that, you might see, and that's typically one of the early ones that is done. We have 26 teams that went through acceleration. So that doesn't mean that only 26 teams got through inspection. It just means that only 26 participated in that particular dynamic event. Skid pad, we have 27. And then, of course, autocross, we have 27 as well. So 30 teams actually got all the way through all 5 inspection points, and so that's where we are with our current endurance run order.
All right, and we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We are going to cut to a ad.
You won't remember my name. This is the last time you will see me at the top. My doubts will destroy my dreams. The more I seem to learn, the more I seem to lose. I want to carry on, but not today. This is the point I give up. But not today. I want to carry on. The more I seem to lose, the more I seem to learn. My dreams will destroy my doubts. You will see me at the top. This is the last time you won't remember my name.
thank you to our sponsors. I really do get inspired by that Honda commercial. I mean, that is probably one of my favorite sponsor commercials that I've seen here. And I love the extended one. Like, I know on national TV, they sometimes only show the shorter cut version of it, but
we've got the full clip here.
And then, so because you're part of the live stream, you get the full effect Honda commercial. And of course, Magna, you know, they are a huge sponsor, and I love seeing some of the point of view driving that they do on that off-road circuit. That's really cool. But going back to the chat, we have a comment about Formula Slug throwing down a 1 minute 10-second time. So they are getting really close to that Florida fastest lap. And then I believe we have a new car out on course. Bearcat Racing, they threw in a 1:15 on their first lap. Well, it's a 1:15.988, so pretty close to a 1:16, but that's okay. I'm sure they're going to improve that speed. You can see them wheeling around the course right there. Again, they have chosen to go without the aero package, and as such, they have a much easier car to kind of maneuver through the cones. They don't have to worry about clipping a cone with the front wing. So, and it's a little bit easier for the driver to see each side of that nose cone. So that does come into play there. So there we've got Alberta out on the back stretch, working through some S-curves. Very nice. There's Cincinnati Bearcats. Looking pretty quick out there.
The Bearcats, they are one. They have, at least for a long time, they had an incredibly strong SAE aero design program. They were on our shirts for many years.
Oh, they're still there. They have a very strong team, so they make some really good aircraft.
I believe it.
Yeah, for those of you that were not with us yesterday, aero design is one of our university programs, part of our STEM education portfolio. And it's where teams have a chance to build some radio-controlled aircraft. The regular class, they have to build a rather large radio-controlled aircraft, and they focus mainly on payloads. So trying to build, an airplane with a 12-plus foot wingspan is very challenging. And then by putting weight in the aircraft, you're definitely stressing those points on which the wings are attached to the fuselage. And if you don't design it right, again, a good engineer is a good engineer. If the structure's not right, the wings will actually collapse on it because you're making these things out of super lightweight materials like balsa wood or even 3D printed plastic. The regular class does not allow for the use of composite materials, so no carbon fiber in the regular class. The micro class, it's a much smaller aircraft, but it also has some design considerations for it. A lot of teams that work in the micro class opt for a blended wing design, and that blended wing design is kind of what you're going to be seeing in future aircraft. It's a really interesting thing. So if you're on, a search engine, you can pull up a blended wing aircraft, and you'll see how much different it looks than a conventional aircraft. They're really pretty cool. They do look a little weird to me, and that's just because, I've been seeing a conventional one all my life. But in terms of passenger comfort and in terms of how much space you have inside of the airframe, you can definitely fit more passengers in there. So it's something that a lot of companies are looking at. And there's a new company that just landed in North Carolina that's going to be making those. They're going to bring in a lot of jobs to the states. So
that's awesome.
I'm excited about them. We can see a little bit of traffic on track. We've got Formula Slug towing behind a car, and then we also see the Bearcats getting behind a car. Let's see what our recent results are here again. Bearcats just dropped a 1:11.977, so that's about a 1 minute 12-second lap, and Formula Slug is at 1:10. So we've got some pretty good lap times, some pretty low averages here.
Indeed.
And let's see what we're talking about in terms of our next car on track is Carnegie Mellon. They're going to be
CMU.
Yeah, CMU is going to be hitting the track soon. They were actually here last night. Now, if you didn't know, CMU has a huge robotics program.
They do.
They were one of the competitors in the very first DARPA Grand Challenges, where DARPA, the Defense Research Projects Agency, I forget exactly what the acronym is, Advanced Research Projects Agency, they developed this competition, and it was for both universities and private sectors. So I know Oshkosh was part of the DARPA Grand Challenge, and I think a few other robotic manufacturers threw their hat in the ring. But the first DARPA Grand Challenge was a bit of a dud. They held it out in the desert, and very few teams went further than a quarter. Like, I think only one team went about a quarter of a mile. The rest of the teams didn't even get off the starting line in many cases.
Oh, wow.
But they came back the next year, and with a more refined rule set, and the teams kind of figured out where they were having some problems, and they had a much more successful event. They actually held the event, I believe, at a retired Air Force base that had like city streets and buildings and stuff like that they had.
It's kind of like Autodrive
around.
M City.
Yeah, so Autodrive does it at M City, which is a test track in Ann Arbor, not too far from here. But yeah, so but Carnegie Mellon, I'm not sure if they came in first at the second DARPA Grand Challenge. I think they were up there with Berkeley, and I think even Virginia Tech had a good run at the second DARPA Grand Challenge. Somebody can check me on my research there, but
yeah, if we have any
those are my data
Carnegie
banks
Mellon.
going pretty deep there. But yeah, so DARPA Grand Challenge, second year of it. It's pretty cool. So, but yeah, they'll be out on track soon, and they are one of our Pittsburgh schools. Our SAE's headquarters is in Warrendale, Pennsylvania, which is just north of Pittsburgh, and so we are in the backyard of University of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon, as well as a few community colleges and technical schools that are around the area as well. So shout out to them. They sometimes will make an appearance with their Formula and Baja vehicles that are Bring Your Kid to Work Day, and that is a huge hit for the students. Like I said, it really inspires them to be able to sit in a Baja vehicle or a Formula race car, and they are just so excited to even to see one, let alone to sit in one. So
Absolutely. Talk about the spark earlier. Definitely saw a lot of SAE employees, children, just in awe. We had Grove City, which is a bit north of Pittsburgh, Baja team come last year. So would love to have you, CMU, Pitt.
Yeah.
Local schools. Reach out to us.
I will say the University of Pittsburgh internal combustion car is one of my favorite looking cars in terms of like the body design, the nose cone. It just looks really aggressive. And they also use the larger format tires. So to me, the smaller format tires, they definitely have, somewhat of a competitive advantage. But, in terms of the scale and the proportions, and looks, I like the larger format tires just a little bit. So yeah, I'm looking at the cars on course right now for the endurance results. It looks like Santa Cruz has completed 16 laps. Best lap time of 1 minute 10 seconds. Bearcats have completed 7 laps, so they're going to be pulling in for a driver change shortly. They have a fast lap time of about 1 minute 12 seconds. And then, of course, Missouri S&T, Alberta, and Laval all have 18 laps, so they've got 4 more laps to go before they are pulled off course. And they are respectively at 128, 115, and 112. So Laval University is putting down some pretty good lap times as well. So
love to see some good Canadian representation. For
Exactly.
sure.
Our friends from the north are doing pretty well. And you know, you mentioned how Cincinnati has a pretty good aero team.
Mm-hmm.
I seem to remember Manitoba also has a pretty
they
good aero
do.
team, and they're the Polar Bears.
Mm-hmm.
And then, interestingly enough, Ohio Northern is also the Polar Bears. So at Aero Design, we typically have 2 Polar Bear teams. So it's in the naming of the teams, they have to get really careful that they don't overlap and have polar bear rate flying or whatever. So it's pretty cool. All right, Bearcats, they got 2 more laps to go before their driver change. They are moving along the backstretch there, so really 1.5 laps to go. Formula Slug right behind them, going through the passing zone and into the slaloms. Looks like that Formula Slug car might be a tad faster than Bearcats, just barely. However, Bearcat did throw down a 109. That's nice. They now, like I said, are knocking on the door of the fastest lap time.
Yeah.
Going past the start-finish line. 3 non-aero teams. Doing pretty solid. There we've got Alberta out on the backstretch. Again, they have the larger format tire. Working their way through the cones, looking pretty good there. There goes Missouri S&T. Missouri S&T and Alberta are on their last lap.
Time flies when you're having fun.
No kidding.
I wonder if it's a bit like, I don't know, our program lead Kaylee always says that event day, it's kind of like your wedding day. You got to roll with it, and it goes fast, and you're pulled all the places. I gotta wonder if some of these drivers feel the same. I'm sure it's all a blur, and then it's done, and like, wow.
Exactly. And each driver only gets 11 laps.
Yeah.
But that's actually probably a good thing on a day like today, because they're in that fire suit, and they're out there baking. We've got some pretty high temperatures right now. So
we sure do.
Hopefully the stadium crowds are out there realizing that they need to stay in the shade. Justin, I'm hearing you. I wasn't talking about the average lap time. I was talking about the fact that Slug was catching up to the Bearcat race car in the slalom course. So I'm not sure if, their car just simply handles the slalom course better than the Bearcat car. But that's where I noticed that they were getting really close to the Cincinnati race team. So that's all I was saying.
I think Justin just likes giving us a hard time.
I know.
He's our stream troll. You were talking about awards earlier. You can give out an award for biggest troll.
Let's not do that, because that's the one thing we don't.
Yeah, we don't. Well, as long as you're keeping it light, Justin, I'll give you that. So
yeah, thanks
it's a nice trolling.
Yeah. I don't mind being put in my place, but you know.
No, it's been fun. We're just ribbing you. Let's not do that.
Yeah, let's not have an award
like
for...
Sarah, stop it.
Exactly. I will say...
that would be Scott approved.
Yeah. What we have for the award is, you know, a gif of a Harry Potter troll, you know, tearing up a bathroom or something. I don't know.
Justin gave us the handshake emoji. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there we go.
Troll in the dungeon. Ooh, fighting words from Penn State.
All right.
They feel strong. They're coming in. Oh, no betting, shy guy.
All right. I see that Carnegie Mellon has just dropped out onto the track. So hopefully we'll see some lap times from them. They were here late last night working on their driverless car. So they brought 2 cars with them this year at our request. They brought a previous competitor car that they have outfitted with some driverless technology. And like I was mentioning earlier, that they have a huge robotics program there at Carnegie Mellon. And they've equipped this car to be able to maneuver through cones without a driver. So that's a pretty impressive feat. So that's what we're talking about with that Carnegie Mellon team. They brought that second car out last night. A bunch of great students. They were so polite, you know, working with them. So shout out to them. Hopefully they're paying attention and they're getting some love, right?
Yeah.
We'd love to have the students, you know, that are appreciative of being here and you know, loving every minute of it. All right, got a lot of teams that are finishing up their last laps. Looks like Bearcat Racing is doing pretty well. Their fastest lap is within about 1.5 seconds of University of Florida, but their average lap time is less than U of F. So they're all in that ballpark. Great job to Santa Cruz. I think they just finished it. The Carnegie Mellon's out there with a 1:19. We're going to see if they can make any improvements on that. There they are, out on the back stretch. And there is Cincinnati scooting through the passing lane.
Big shout out to Ford for sponsoring our endurance and efficiency event here. They have been supporting the Formula SAE program in both IC and EV for a very long time. They've kind of had the endurance event at both on lock. Get that first right of refusal, and they've keep coming back for more. So hope to see them continue on next year in the same kind of capacity, but really appreciate their support, both in you know, sponsorship and also volunteer support. And we definitely see a lot of Ford employees.
Oh yeah.
As well as GM, and really across the board we have employees from all sorts of companies. Some that you might not even necessarily think of right away, but
all right.
to see it.
And on the screen we have RIT Motorsports, so Rochester Institute of Technology. They are going to be throwing down some good lap times, I bet. They had a very fast car yesterday in acceleration, so we're going to see them moving out there. And back to your statement about Ford, they bring some of the coolest cars every year. They brought a Ford GTV, which is the fastest American production car at the Nürburgring right now. It's got the record. So it's a very, very cool honor to have that car here. They also brought a NHRA drag car, a Cobra Superjet. And it was very mean looking. It had big giant dragster tires with beadlock rims on it. I mean, it's quite something. Looks like we've got a little bit of a mechanical issue here with.
I hate to see it.
With one of the teams, they're going at about half power or some reduced power, but RIT just went past the start-finish line. Let's see what kind of lap time they're throwing down. All right, RIT finished their first lap, but they are not registering a best lap time. So we're gonna hopefully refresh that and get some data in here. Looks like Berkeley just got out on track. And it looks like Carnegie Mellon is the team that's having a little bit of an issue with their electrical system because they're moving pretty slow. And there is Yukon. And I was watching Yukon yesterday at the autocross, and they were whipping that car through those cones. So we're going to see some fast lap times from them as well. Still no official lap time from RIT, Berkeley, or Yukon. But RIT just finished their second lap. Maybe we'll get something from the backup RFID system. Not seeing it yet. Yeah, they're not registering any times yet, and neither is Yukon or Berkeley, but I'm not sure if they have made it all the way around yet. There we have Cincinnati finishing up some of their last laps. They got about 6 more to go. There's Yukon cutting through a slalom right now, going into a passing zone. Not needed. Yeah, we got a lot of love for Yukon on the chat right now. And University of Pittsburgh is now on track. Again, I like the shape of their car. It looks really good. Looks like Berkeley is maneuvering around the end of the course there, but the RIT car just got through a passing zone. There's the Pittsburgh car. Oh, that's looking fast. Let's see how well that car maneuvers through there. Oh yeah, looking good. RIT's getting slowed down by Carnegie Mellon. And Bearcats are getting slowed down by him as well. They'll get through at the next passing zone. Looks like we have a yellow flag with Berkeley going off course with a car stoppage out there. So yeah, UConn is clocking in a 110. Carnegie Mellon, their fastest lap was a 113, but I think they're having some mechanical issues, so their average lap is actually going up right now. UConn just passed them in the passing zone, and Pittsburgh is right behind them. How's that?
Better. I don't. You sound loud to me because our kind of the way our headsets are, but I know it doesn't always kind of translate.
Sure. All right. Oh, I saw Carnegie Mellon with a little burst of speed. I think they might have something glitching in their accumulator pack. Not sure what's going on there. Pitt is right on the tails of UConn, right at the start-finish line. Let's see what those lap times are looking like. And we have a new leader. University of Pittsburgh with a 106.878. Great job, University of Pittsburgh, Panther Racing. Clocking in a pretty quick time. UConn, respectable 110.91. But we're still not getting any data on RIT. So I think we're going to have to rely on some of our backup data to pull in their scores. But Pittsburgh is definitely looking strong out there on their straightaways. They're really cranking up that speed. All right. Well, we are going to take a pause here. We've got some cars out on track, but we have Cincinnati finishing up their last 2 laps, and after we get back from our break, we'll kind of update you on how things are going. So let's hear from one of our sponsors.
Tell me this. Did you come this far just to come this far? Are you still first in and last out? Is good enough ever enough? Or is greatness always waiting beyond a shadow of a doubt? Are you designed to go further?
Hey, David.
Drive past the past.
Thank you.
Do the it can't be done.
Power, please.
Is defiance
Doesn't matter the color.
in your DNA? Or are you just built that way?
That's fine.
The question is not, will you make the cut? It's will you raise the bar?
Thank you.
Why settle for the best EV when you can build the best damn car?
Your what? Your media card? By who?
A bold dream. To be a difference maker. A quiet determination to build better than before. The fearless focus that saves a life.
We'd get a lot of people.
Mends a heart. Or feeds a village. A simple quest to support a family, raise a child, or take a step. Every mission matters. Leading your world into a future of smarter, cleaner power is ours. Cummins, power onward.
And we're back. Thank you to our sponsors, Cummins, a big sponsor of our event. In fact, they provide the safety wear for our tech inspectors. So, and they also have some specialty awards, so we're really happy to have them on board. There's University of Pittsburgh coming up to the start-finish line, looking pretty solid there.
Just a quick update. Looks like Carnegie Million just hit the pits. So.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry to Cummins for talking over your commercial. You had a little golf cart disappear on us. Didn't realize we didn't have the mic, but
Yeah.
Justin, I see you're standing strong with being our troll. Appreciate you. Huh? Okay. Yes, hot mic indeed, definitely. But happy to be back. We know you want to see the cars on screen. It almost looks hot even on the screen. I know that's.
I know.
You can just. I feel
There's
like sweating
RIT
for the people.
zipping around the corners, looking pretty strong.
And FR clothing is no joke. That's some heavy clothing. So.
And we got Penn State working on their lap times. Let's see what we're getting out of them. Panther Racing just threw down a 1.01. Quite an accomplishment. Not bad. Again, we've got RIT with 9 laps, Nittany Motorsports with 2 minutes and 7 seconds. So that was them getting familiar with the course. Hopefully they'll be doing okay. And CMU is back out on track, and they look like they're at least up to a regular pace. But the Penn State car, not exactly as fast as some of the other ones out there. So hopefully we'll still get some good course laps. UConn cutting around the back end of the course. Now another component of this event includes efficiency. So we have these electric meters, or e-meters as we call them, that we had manufactured just for this competition. So the idea is that they work as a way to download the data from the accumulator pack on how much energy they used during the endurance event. And it looks like we've got another fast car out on track, cutting through the passing lane pretty quickly. And see where we are. Yeah, University of Toronto. I thought I saw a fast one out there. Toronto has quite the car. They move pretty quickly.
Just a quick update. I did see RIT also exited the track a few moments ago.
Okay. Interesting. And RIT, even though it says they have 2 laps, I believe they actually have more than that, but they have 2 laps that actually are registering in terms of timing. So they might have pulled off because they were doing a driver change. But here we've got Penn State on the screen right now, looking pretty strong. I like that paint scheme with the Nittany line on the front. And there goes University of Pittsburgh, right around the start-finish line. I wonder if they got another fast lap. Yeah, Pittsburgh is still at the top with 101. RIT is at 110. And we're still waiting on Toronto to finish a lap. And we have a stopped car with UConn out there through the S's, but they were able to restart. There we are, back up and running. Must have been something to do with their flux capacitor.
Oh, those dang flux capacitors are so finicky. Love seeing all the parents in the comments.
Yeah.
I know we've not always been able to provide the live stream, and it's still pretty new to us, so we're working out some kinks, but we are thrilled to be able to share this and make it possible for some of you at home to be able to watch when you're not physically here with us. think Justin's mom's here, or maybe they just have the same last name. This is now a bit, but
All right.
excited to see it.
Toronto and Pitt are zipping through the passing lane around Penn State. And one thing you'll notice, if you keep an eye on the University of Pitt car, I think they do have a DRS system, which is the drag reduction or active aero, where they can reduce how much drag their rear wing is producing, and that way they're able to slip through there.
You see Justin's comment? I love it. Yep, exactly right, Justin. We do limit the speeds under 88 because of the flux capacitors.
Exactly. We don't want them going back in time.
Mm-hmm. It would certainly hurt their scores.
Shout out to Huey Lewis in the news. Back in Time is the lead song for Back to the Future.
Hey, I got a call back to the IC live stream. There's one common thread here in Stuart Little and Back to the Future, and that is the one and only Michael J. Fox.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I grew up watching him on Family Ties.
Oh, yeah.
Old school sitcom.
He's the best.
Yeah.
He was also Chance in Homeward Bound.
That's true.
I was a big fan of that.
All right. RIT back out on the track.
All right. RIT is making their way back around. I know, again, their number of laps is not correct, but they did a driver change, I believe. We're going to do a refresh here and see what we've got. Yeah. Panther Racing, University of Pittsburgh, still in first place. Toronto, though, is moving at a pretty good clip, but University of Pittsburgh did pass them in the last passing zone, so we're going to see if they're going to be able to keep up that pace or if Toronto's going to pass them back. So they both are moving pretty quickly. Toronto is at a 104, and Panther Racing, University of Pittsburgh, is at a 101. And I'm sure Pittsburgh is going to come in for a driver change here in a few minutes, so we'll see how that goes. But both Carnegie Mellon, UConn, and Pittsburgh are up for a driver change if they haven't already.
And I'll say, in reference to the laps and making sure that everything is tracking the way it is. A few years back, my role before we had live stream was being out in the scoring trailer and specifically watching as every car passed the the scoring line to ensure it was being picked up. If it wasn't, we have some kind of fallback in place. So it's definitely something that we're tracking on. So any of you that might be hearing this and thinking, oh my gosh, how do we make sure that is righted? There are several individuals on it and monitoring the whole race.
Yep. And we just saw University of Pittsburgh duck off the track, and Toronto did get back out in front of them. So we're going to keep an eye on that because, lap times are definitely, bragging rights, but also an important aspect of, how quickly they can complete this endurance course. So we're looking to see how that unfolds. Going past the start-finish line. So Toronto did just reduce their fastest lap time to a 103. RIT is still at a 110, but Panther Racing cranking out a 101, top of the leaderboard for lap times. Looks like UConn's going to get past Carnegie Mellon in the next passing zone. Yep, there we go, scooting on by. right, so I was just looking at our endurance run order. We are coming up on 19, MIT. They are next to be launched as soon as we get one of these cars off course. And we're going to see what they can pull off. Looks like we've got some shout outs already popping up for Georgia Tech. They're going to be going number 25. They've always had a very quick car here, so I'd like to see how well they do.
Indeed. They were the fastest in acceleration last year, right?
Right, and I think looking at the event leaderboard, we can go over here to acceleration.
How'd they stack
were
up
the
against
fastest
themselves?
this year.
Nice.
Yeah. So RIT was pretty fast out on acceleration. Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, and a couple Northwestern teams. We got University of Washington and Oregon State ramping out the 4th and 5th spot on acceleration. So
just a heads up, looks like University of Pittsburgh's back on the track.
Okay. All right, RIT improving their fastest lap by a second. They're down to 107. Actually, by 3 seconds, sorry. They're down to a 107. Toronto is at a 103, so they're really, really close to that University of Pittsburgh lap time. And here again, you might get a chance to see that active arrow from University of Pitt. Looking good out there, people. Looking strong. So Pitt just passed RIT, working their way around the back end of the track and coming up on the passing zones, heading into some slaloms. RIT, followed up by Toronto. Getting some good lap times in. All fast cars out there right now. Zipping around. Looks like we got a lot of fans from all over the country.
We do. We sure do.
A lot of our teams are getting into the upper end of their laps. So we've got Penn State at 10, Toronto at 10, so they're going to be doing a driver change. And then, of course, we've got RIT with 17 laps, actually more than that because of their time, unless somebody updated that. Panther Racing at 16, Carnegie Mellon at 15, UConn at 15. So those are going to be finishing up their last laps. And, yeah, we're going to be in for a new shift in our endurance runnings. So we should be getting Michigan Ann Arbor Purdue with their black and gold paint scheme. Kookman University from South Korea. Cal Poly Slow. And again, they are not slow. That's just the name of their school. It's San Luis Obispo, which is, and I don't know if I pronounced that exactly right. I think I did. But they're, they just shorten it to SLO, so they're always known as Cal Poly Slow because it's so much harder to say the whole California Polytechnic State University St. Louis Obispo. It's like that's quite a mouthful.
Did they just have two cars come off track a few moments ago? I couldn't tell if they were first or last come off. So.
Yeah, likely driver changes for Toronto and Penn State. We had two cars just exit, so looking good. Yeah. All right, T's up to 18. Pitt is up to 16. Yeah. Looking pretty strong. So RIT is going to be pulling off soon, followed by Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon, and UConn. And there we have UConn coming right through the slaloms, getting some S-curves, looking good. And there we have Pitt going through the start-finish line, and you can just see their active arrow drop down, reducing the drag so they can shoot through that passing lane even quicker. Nice job.
See, endurance run order wise, let me do that about more. That was the last one, huh?
So yeah, we're gonna have some cars, like only a couple cars on track in a few seconds, and fewer cars on track mean that you might have a clearer run to get a faster track time.
Yeah, absolutely. Toronto, Penn State, the last laps right now. It's going to be an open road soon.
Yeah, we've got 3 cars on track right now that have just over a 1 minute track time. So they're in the 1 knots, if you will, the 103, 101, and 107 for their track time, respectively. But like I said, MIT will be coming out when RIT ducks off. MIT, then Michigan, Ann Arbor, Purdue, and Kookman after this gets a reset. So we'll see how that goes. We thank you again for being here with us. We got the endurance event going on, sponsored by Ford. Ford Performance definitely showed up with some pretty cool vehicles this year. I'm always impressed by the cars they bring. Like I said, they brought a Ford GT last year, as well as their Mustang GTV, and it was quite impressive to see that thing out there. That's one of the meanest looking 4-seater cars I've ever seen. I don't know if the GTV actually has the 2 smaller seats in the back, but most Mustangs do have a 2+2 configuration.
New car 270 is on the track.
All right, new car on track. I'm guessing it is MIT, unless they...
Looks to be Purdue.
Purdue. Okay. I'm not sure why they shuffled that order. Sure. There is a possibility that MIT and Michigan were at the practice track and just didn't get over to the start in time, and they're going to get some points docked for not starting in the right order. So if that is the case, then note to self, make sure you're at the start when you're supposed to be at the start.
Absolutely.
It's not a responsibility for us to tell you don't go practice. It's your responsibility for your team and your manager to make sure that you're in the right place at the right time. Pittsburgh still at the top of the leaderboard. Again, not sure if our data is getting updated because we have a few different cars on track. I'm trying to see where we are, but we've got Pitt cutting through the slalom right now. Out onto the passing zone, going straight ahead into the curve. Nice job. There's Yukon coming through the S-curves up near the top of the track, right to the start-finish line, and back around. Looking pretty strong. I think we've got 2 or 3 cars on track, and that's about it. Hopefully they're getting some good times in. All right, I see MIT is out on track. They have 0 laps according to our live update, but we'll see how that sorts itself out. Not sure if that's accurate. Sometimes the transponder doesn't always pick up those cars as they leave the starting gate. There's Toronto looking pretty strong through the passing lane. And there is MIT out on track. Getting familiar with the course, hitting the speed on the straightaway, and then cutting through a slalom. And there we have Yukon finishing up their last lap. So Pittsburgh should be off course. I think they got their 22 laps in. So as a result, we'll be getting another car cycling in behind MIT. And there we have Toronto. They're getting pretty close to their end. They got about 7 more laps to go. Looking pretty strong with that aero package. Exactly. Way to go to Yukon. They had a pretty good average lap time. Not too shabby. All right. MIT's out there clocking in a 1-minute 25-second lap. I think I just saw Purdue out there, but I could be wrong. But let me cycle our data and we'll see if they're out there. Yes, Purdue is on track. And there's the black and gold from Purdue, looking strong like a retro John Player Special Lotus. If you only had Jackie at the wheel, right? Jackie would definitely turn out some pretty quick clap times.
For a second, I thought you meant Jackie, our CEO. I'm sure she would love to be behind the wheel.
Well.
It's like, huh? Oh, yeah, never mind. That's not what he's talking about.
I'm sure she would be interested in putting out a lap.
Oh, yeah.
But I was speaking of, I think he's Sir Jackie Stewart. I think he was knighted.
Okay.
But he was a Formula One champion. A great driver, and he still does commentaries from time to time, and he does analysis. So he knows his stuff. Class Act. Alrighty. So it looks like Pitt is off the track. They finished theirs. Toronto is on lap 17 out of 22. Nittany Lions should be doing a driver change right now. So we might only have 3 cars on track with Purdue, MIT, and Toronto. That might give Purdue a chance to get some good lap times in with minimal slower traffic. And Purdue off their first lap, and that's their getting acquainted lap. They turned in a 107, so that's pretty impressive for their very first lap. Definitely show the quickness of that car. They're getting behind the MIT car, but they're going to get to a passing lane right now. And there they go, zipping on by. You know, a lot of teams get very passionate about their programs here. I would argue almost as much as they are passionate about their sports. You know, I know Big Ten has a lot of football fans out there, and so we got Purdue and Michigan out there, you know, and but I know these race car teams, they are all about, you know, making sure they represent for their university.
Understandably so.
Here we have Purdue cycling through another lap. Let's see if they improved on that 107. Not quite, but University of Michigan, Ann Arbor threw down a 104 on their very first lap, and we have a new car on track. I think that's the Cal Poly slow track, but unfortunately Michigan is off course. Not sure what the problem is. Could be a mechanical issue, could be spun out. Not sure what the problem. All right, now as Toronto comes around the start-finish line, look at that suspension poking out of their front nose cone. Again, they have a really unique suspension system on that. I think it's referred to as a decoupled suspension system, and it allows for the vehicle roll to not necessarily be affected by the actual dampener that deals with the suspension. So it's a pretty cool technology. I could have mixed that up just a little bit, so correct me if I'm wrong. Don't throw too much shade my way, though. You know, I really love how these teams do their research on, you know, all of the you know, suspension layouts that you can have on your car and how that can improve the performance. And like I said, you know, when you get improved drivability in these cars, it makes it easier for the driver to turn out those faster laps. All right. Looks like we've got Kookmin University from South Korea on the track right now. Toronto has a pretty quick lap time of 103. University of Michigan got a 104 before they went off track. And Cal Poly Slow, unfortunately, is getting a yellow flag around the University of Michigan stopped car. So that's probably going to affect their ability to get that fastest lap time. But we are concerned about safety, so making sure they follow that course procedure of a yellow flag is very important. Toronto's wrapping it up. They're on lap 20. And let's see where we are. All right. Kookmin just recorded a 119. And I'm still waiting on the results from Cal Poly Slow. I know they went past the start-finish line, but I'm not getting an update on my leaderboard yet. There's Toronto in the passing lane around MIT. Nice job, cleanly executed. Looks like we might have gotten the Michigan car out of the way, so now we're going to see some track times from the Purdue and Cal Poly Slow. Cal Poly clocked a 109, sorry. Koopman is dropping their time down to a 108. So an improvement of almost 10 seconds there.
Not to sound like a complete novice, but how do they make such a drastic, increase in that? It's not like the track changes. I guess the other people.
Well, you had University of Michigan that was causing a yellow flag at that section of the track.
Okay.
And then you also have somebody who's just out on track, so they're on their second lap. So they're getting familiar with where the twists and turns are, trying to get familiar with how the course layout is, and that does slow them down a little bit. But like I said, they try to memorize how the course is, so they know they can set up for the turns, so they can execute them properly. But a lot of times, their brains will turn to mush when they get out there because of all the adrenaline. They're so excited and they're just like not thinking as they're trying to put the car through their paces. So, but there we see Purdue cutting around the back corner there.
Any previous drivers in the chat can confirm the brain to mush? I bet you can. I saw a 100% emoji fly up in the as you were saying.
Yeah.
That.
Well, let me tell you. So, I used to have a high school robotics team out of my classroom.
Yeah.
And, we would practice in my classroom over and over again of how they do their certain maneuvers to get the most points or whatever. And we would go to a competition, and again, their adrenaline is pumping, they're ready to go.
Yeah.
And the buzzer sounds, and they get that robot out there in the arena, and there's no strategy. They just completely forgot everything they did in the classroom, and it's just like a free-for-all. Like, oh, I'm going to go for 1 point over here when I should be getting 20 points over here. And I'm like, what are you doing? But that is exactly what happens.
Just get tunnel vision.
They get tunnel vision, or like I said, their brain just, gets overwhelmed by the chemicals,
Yeah.
All that adrenaline is, takes over. So yeah, we're seeing some new cars on track. Toronto just finished up their 22nd, so let's see where we are. We got Georgia Tech on track, Singapore on track, Koopman University from South Korea, Cal Poly Slow, MIT, and Purdue. So we're going to see some pretty quick track times. Koopman has already clocked in a 1:02, so they're knocking on the door of the fastest track time by Pittsburgh of a 1:01. So they're within 0.4 of a second of getting those bragging rights there. And Cal Poly is putting down a pretty good track time of a 1:06. Purdue 1:07, and MIT with a 1:17. So nice job there. But like we said, Georgia Tech had a really quick accelerating car, so I'm sure they're going to be out there making some quick times. They just clocked a 1:12, and Singapore with a 1:11. Now, coming overseas, one of the things that Singapore does, which I think is pretty smart, is they have 2 accumulator packs. And that way, if something happens, they don't have to have something shipped all the way from Singapore to come into the country to show up at MIS. They bring it with them, and that way they have a backup on hand ready to go as needed. So that makes a lot of sense. Both battery packs still have to pass through electrical tech. They have to make sure that they still work properly with the e-meters, and that is a really big part of the the safety protocols. So we also shout out to PACCAR. PACCAR is a manufacturer up in the Pacific Northwest. They manufacture some heavy-duty trucks, but also are a manufacturer of, or a supplier to a lot of OEMs that are out there, original equipment manufacturers. And so they bring with them to us some basically dischargers. So it allows the teams to discharge their batteries to a certain state of charge, so they're able to ship them on an airplane so that they can get them back to Singapore. So that makes it a lot easier for the team, because the battery pack that's in the car right now is probably at that 30% state of charge when it finishes the endurance. But their spare battery pack would not be at a 30% state of charge. It would be 100% charge. So they've got to drop that down. And the purpose of that, of course, is a lot of research has been done to say, hey, if you're going to be shipping lithium-ion batteries, whether it's in an iPhone, a laptop, or one of our Formula EVs, they have to be at a low state of charge for shipping to reduce the chance of a thermal runaway. So that is a really big thing, and they have to validate it for the shipping companies that they did drop it down to 30% state of charge.
Makes sense.
Sorry to get technical on some people out there, but
I'm sure they appreciate it. I know I said I don't want to sound like a novice, and for working here as long as I have, I'm still very dramatically not technical. So
we have a new leader with Kookman Racing from South Korea, dropping in with a 101.806. I think that was approximately 1/100th of a second faster than University of Pittsburgh. So getting really tight here with racing, on the times. Georgia Tech is turning in a good time with a 107. Pretty low average lap time, but Kookman is just squeaking that out ahead of you guys. Singapore is doing pretty well, but again, they're getting used to the course. And Georgia Tech just dropped to a 105, so that's their fastest lap time, and Cal Poly Slow is at a 105. So all of the teams are working their way to improve their average lap times. A lot of teams looking strong out there. I believe, is that 212? I'm not sure if that's... Okay, that's Singapore out there in 212. And there we have a pretty quick team.
Oh, I feel like Scott at the Arizona Iced Tea. I was trying to be quiet opening that. Scott and Mike, powered
Singapore
by
looks like
Tea.
they just bid. I presume that's a driver's chain, David?
So MIT and Purdue are both at the driver change, as well as South Korea. They're going to be coming in for a driver change here in a second. Cal Poly Slow has 2 more laps to go before they do one. So we're going to have a chance for Georgia Tech and Singapore to have a very clean racetrack with practically no other cars on track. They're going to be the only 2 cars out there. So, of course, if MIT and Purdue get through their driver change quickly, that might change things. But we'll just have to see what falls into play. Purdue might be back out there already, so... And Kookman improved on their time by 0.2 of a second. So they are clicking away, working down on the sub 1 minute time. That's going to be the next goal. I know a lot of manufacturers worked for years trying to get a sub 4-second 0 to 60 time for their sports cars, and it took quite a while for any sports car to be able to go that fast. And now a sub 4-second time is actually pretty common. Even for some sedans, I know the Plaid can do about a 2-second 0 to 60 time, so that's basically half of the 4 seconds, and it's pretty impressive. All right, Georgia Tech, they're clocking in at a 104.004. Rambling Wreck showing up today with high-tech racing. I call them the Rambling Wreck because Georgia Tech for years would build a jalopy. They would basically cobble together a working automobile from a bunch of random parts and kind of drive it out onto their football field, and so they were known as the Rambling Wreck from Georgia Tech. So that's a callback to the old school, leather helmet football days. And I want to say Georgia Tech has a Champ Car program. Virginia Tech has a Champ Car program. So they drive actual production cars that have been modified with a roll cage and some other, safety equipment, fuel cell and, extinguishers, so on and so forth. And they actually race these production cars that have been modified on road courses like Virginia International Raceway or, Road Atlanta, Mid-Ohio. Virginia Tech is really close to VIR, Virginia International Raceway, and I think the Georgia Tech Champ Car team is known as Rambling Wreck Racing. I could be wrong on that, but if you're from Georgia Tech and you're on the Champ Car team and you know anything about it, tell me about it. Tell me if I'm at least in the ballpark. Cal Poly at a 105, looking pretty strong. Purdue 107. And Singapore still at a 111. But all of these times are definitely getting faster and faster as we move through our endurance lineup. I believe we've got a driver change for Cal Poly and Koopman going on right now, and that would likely mean that when they get back on track, they're going to have to get one of that get-to-know-you laps, if you will, and after they get through that initial lap, hopefully they'll start picking up the pace and turning in some pretty fast lap times.
I imagine so.
We've got some love in the chat for Singapore, so thanks for watching. If you are in Singapore, it's probably not lunchtime there. All right. Not trying to look too far ahead, but I am saying that we are coming up on the last 6 cars, getting ready to start entering the race scene here. Purdue is on their 15th lap, so they got 7 more laps to go, and once they get to 22, we'll be bringing on our 6th from last racer.
We have Darian watching from Singapore.
Nice.
It is 1 a.m. there.
1
That is some
a.m.
dedication.
Yeah, past your bedtime, Darian.
We'll let it slide.
We are going to let it slide.
It's summer.
Yep.
We're the cool parents.
Well, Singapore would even though they're tropical, I think they are in the southern hemisphere, so I don't think it's summer there, if I'm not mistaken. but they have a tropical climate, so it doesn't feel like winter.
At least not to us, maybe to them.
But if you've ever, my sister got to go to Singapore this past year, and she loved it. She said that
it's amazing.
Beautiful. The architecture is so cool. You know, it kind of harkens back to, you know, what they talked about in, you know, historical documents about the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, because they have a lot of hanging gardens on their buildings. So it's very beautiful. If I were to go to one place in Asia and that was the only place I could go, it would be Singapore, 100%.
It'd be an amazing trip.
So I'm throwing out some love to Singapore. Not that I don't like South Korea or Japan or China or anything like that, but Singapore has always been on my bucket list, but it's currently on what I refer to as my lottery bucket list, because my, you know, I don't think my funds can handle a trip to Singapore at this moment.
Looks like
we are a non-profit. So.
Looks like 212 just came off the track, by the way.
Okay.
Looks like.
So yeah, that's Singapore. In for a driver change.
We have another comment, 2 a.m. in Korea.
There you go. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in and staying up late to hang with us.
So I see the name Hello from Korea.
Hello.
Question, is Hello Kitty a big thing over in Korea?
It's a big thing everywhere, honestly.
I know it's kind of a big thing, but my daughter's initials are HK, and so when she was growing up, she got a bunch of Hello Kitty stuff because of the HK.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's awesome. Okay,
All
go
right.
Purdue. They got little train emojis.
All right, San Jose State is out on track. And then there is Cal Poly Slow. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Yeah, we got Noah Wheeler in the comments,
And
and slow is fast.
Yep.
Slow is fast.
And then we just saw San Jose State go by the start-finish line, so we're going to keep refreshing our screen till we can get a time on them. There they are. They're moving on that. Look at how fast they're moving on that straightaway. Once they get out in the open, I think they're going to lay down a very quick lap time. As a matter of fact, their get-to-know-you lap was a 102.897, so clearly a quick car. And I also know that they have the DRS system for their rear wings, so they're going to use that aerodynamic package to their advantage, especially on the straightaways. When I was in my classroom and we were doing competitive events, the one thing that I always tried to hammer home to my students was all things being equal. So if all things are equal, you have the same exact power plant, you have the same exact battery pack, but you have a slightly different aero package, then that aero package is going to be the deciding factor on which car is going to be faster. So, you know, even though not a lot of teams use that active aero DRS system, all things being equal, it could be the deciding factor, not just with the speed of the car, but it's that added element that you can talk about in design, you know, and talk about, you know, all the work that you've done in engineering that system into your car.
Yeah, it's really important that you can speak to your designs for sure. There's far too often, not just Formula, all the programs, you'll get, you know, the occasional school that's like, well, I don't know, we did it that way because that's how the team before us did it. And that won't go away as you get older and into the workforce. Oftentimes there's lots of, wait, why do we do this way? Well, it's just how we've always done it.
Yeah.
But always important in design and business presentations that you are prepared and able to speak to the task at hand, whether it's business or design, like I said. So
certainly.
I know in our virtual presentations, you catch a team off guard in the question and answer, and there's couple types of responses. Usually it's a bit deer in the headlights.
Right. So just to update, we've got Purdue closing out their track laps with 20. MIT is at 18. Cal Poly Slow is at 17. So we're going to get a batch of 3 new cars coming out there. Again, all of these cars are putting out some pretty quick lap times. But South Korea is still on the leaderboard for the fastest lap. So if you were in F1, you'd get an extra point for that. Not sure if that's part of our point system, though. But there we go, San Jose State with the black, yellow, and blue car looking solid out there. It's a good color scheme, a lot of contrast. I did see Cal Poly Slow hit a few cones as they were passing the start-finish line, so that's going to dock them a few seconds on that lap there. But San Jose State is knocking on the door with a 101.7, so they're within about a tenth of a second from the fastest lap. And they're just getting started. Purdue's closing out their last lap. MIT's got 3 more to go. There goes Purdue and San Jose State. Again, I'm sure they're going to get through their slaloms and get out to that passing zone.
They have got to be sweating.
No kidding.
Hey, David, have you noticed any rear wing slogans that were entertaining but live stream appropriate?
You know, I haven't really noticed that many.
Neither have I. That's why I asked, to be
This
honest.
year-
Usually they're very, like, I mean, I guess it's tougher depending on the, design.
Yeah, I mean, San Jose State has a big golden bear on the back of their wing. And, that's very appropriate for California
Poke the
teams,
bear
of course.
would be, another one.
So, I love it. And when, of course, their wing flexes down, you can't see the bear very much. It basically disappears.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you're right. I haven't seen a lot of sayings
Usually
this
we
year.
get a lot of sass and spunk on
yeah.
the back of them. It's always a fun way to see personality kind of embedded into the vehicles. I don't know if you know this, David, but years ago, I'm not sure when we kind of stopped doing it. It's been a while, but we used to have a push bar competition that was like a little tiny part of this. It wasn't anything for points. It was just a fun little extra.
Sure.
And boy, we would see some wild push bars in the best of ways.
We got a checker flag on, I think it was 265.
Yeah, that was Purdue coming off the course. All right. There's MIT. They're going to be wrapping things up. This is their last lap. And Cal Poly's getting close to their limit on laps. So we're going to see a handful of cars filing in. We're going to see Oregon State, Montreal, Wisconsin-Madison, and the University of Washington dropping into the endurance track here shortly. But yeah, Cal Poly Slow is closing out their laps. It looks like they might have sustained a little bit of damage on their rear wing. So they might have...
Maybe I jinxed them now.
They might have gotten a
real
mechanical black flag to fix that before they head back out. I'm not sure. So there's San Jose State zipping through that start-finish line. And that was Georgia Tech coming through with the black, gold, and white, looking solid out there. But yeah, you're right. I didn't see a lot of clever sayings this year. I know one of my favorite ones is like, so UNC Charlotte, their internal combustion team uses a single cylinder engine. So a one-cylinder engine, and their saying on the back of their wing was "staying single."
That's funny.
And
awesome.
yeah, so.
Oh, look, we got so GFR, German side watching. So that is, I believe, Global Formula Racing. They're with kind of partners of sorts with Oregon. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, but it is Oregon, correct?
I believe so.
It's awesome to see you tuning in, joining us today. You are welcome, Ash. You are welcome. We really enjoy live streaming it, and we hope each year to just improve upon it, make it better and better and better. And hope you enjoy it.
All right, looks like MIT wrapped up their laps. I believe Oregon is out on track now with that Global Formula Racing. Oregon State, sorry.
Well, it is their team name. So.
Sorry about that. And MIT is wrapping up theirs. Oregon State had a 1:11 get to know you lap. And Cobb Poly is wrapping up theirs as well. There goes San Jose State out on that straightaway, zipping down that line. Looking pretty impressive. There's Singapore zigging through the slalom and out onto the straightaway. And we have a new leader, San Jose State, with a 1:08.77, so 1 minute even. So if the cars are going to improve in speed, they're going to have to break that 1 minute timeline, so a sub 1 minute.
That's 202 just entered the track.
Okay. 202 is Montreal.
Let's just splice them into a video we just posted at the very beginning of it.
And their car looks very slick. I mean,
yeah, indeed.
It really has a nice form to it. So we're going to see some performance from Montreal, definitely. In fact, guess where I'm flying to tomorrow?
You might be on the same flight if anybody's flying back versus
know,
driving
right?
on their team.
Yeah, I'm going to attend the ASEE conference in Montreal for the next few days. So the second leg of my trip.
Just can't get enough STEM education.
Yeah. Well, traveling doesn't bother me. You know, I mean.
Yeah, you got the travel bug, actually. You love traveling, right?
My parents threw me in an RV in middle school, and we went out all the way to California, up to Oregon, Washington State, did Glacier, came back. I mean, it was, you know, a good 8,000-mile trip, easy, probably closer to 10. And it was not a comfortable RV. It had zero air conditioning. Shag carpet. It was a rental that my dad happened to know the guy and talked him into letting us borrow it. And man, it was not comfortable sleeping in the desert Southwest without air conditioning.
On shag carpet, no less. It's
carpet.
Not even just like regular carpet. It's the kind that hugs you.
My parents got a nice bed. My sisters, I have two sisters, they got the other bed, and I got to sleep on the floor. So yes, got the lovely shag carpet bedding material there.
Thanks for the clarification, Rick. Now that you say that, that does sound familiar because the Oregon State team is the Beavers, I believe. But together, Oregon State and DHBW Ravensburg makes global formula racing. You know, a lot of our teams have kind of partnerships with international schools that for a lot of different reasons. You see it in all of the programs, and we really love to see our teams connecting with other teams. And
absolutely.
A ton to benefit from.
Yeah. And, you know, it kind of brings us into another part of the conversation where we've got our International Invitational coming up in November in Italy. So when we're talking about international race teams and, you know, collaborating and forming a global formula racing team, that's a perfect example of where we want to see teams coming out to participate. So we're going to be participating with some of the Formula student teams over in Europe, as well as we have some interest from the teams from Asia, possibly Australia. We're not sure, but we've got quite a big group of international teams from all around that are going to be converging on Vallelunga Raceway. It's called Autodrome over there, so they don't call them racetracks. Looks like Wisconsin has dropped into the racetrack. They're on lap 0 right now, the get-to-know-you lap, if you will. So we're going to see how well they can do. High Tech Racing, Georgia Tech, and Singapore are both on their last lap, so they're going to be getting the checkered flag. And it looks like Oregon State might have just entered the course as well, so we'll get an update on that. I could be wrong, but I thought I saw Oregon State. It could just be that my update feed isn't quite there yet. But San Jose going around the back end corner, chasing down one of their competitors. There's Wisconsin. Wisconsin made it into the design finals. They got a nice looking vehicle. Shout out to their advisor, Glenn Bauer. He is a staple here at MIS as well as some of our other programs. Again, his team is one of the few that participates in not just Formula, but they participate in a lot of our other SAE programs like Auto Drive and Baja. So they have a really good program out there. And one of the coolest shops. So if you're a high school student trying to figure out where you want to go to school, it might be, hey, I really like the diversity that they have in their programs. You know, they're enriching programs beyond the classroom, and so that's going to be maybe a deciding factor for you. What kind of options do you have? And I believe we have the last car on track. That looks to be University of Washington.
So,
but
slight correction from earlier. We were talking about Ohio State not being here, but they are here. And you know what got us, David, is that their official name is the Ohio State.
Yes.
So we did not scroll to the T's.
Yes, it's not OSU, it's TOSU.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
So many apologies there, Ohio State.
Yeah.
I just reposted you on Instagram, and I was like, oh, they're here. Oh
all
my
right.
gosh. And their car's beautiful, too.
So San Jose State just hit the sub 1 minute time with a 59.8. They are cooking out there, figuratively and, literally. So,
hope everybody has their sunscreen on. Luckily, the drivers, they're protected from that. But I hope all of you team members watching have some Powerade or Gatorade ready to go for them. Yep. Some liquid IV, something to...
Yeah. I'm sticking with some high-quality H2O.
Love a good Bobby Boucher reference. The Florida fans will love that, too.
Of course. Yeah. I should have done it when they were on track. I missed that opportunity.
Hindsight's 2020. There's always next year.
Always next year.
Which, speaking of, I did see a comment from Ash asking where the 2 young men were that were broadcasting last month. Unfortunately, they were not able to make it.
Yeah.
They'll be around, though. So, next season, you'll probably see them return at some point. So David and I are tagging in.
Yep.
I know we're not as exciting, but we have got the, I don't know. David's got a ton of technical know-how, far beyond myself, Scott, or Mike. So he brings a different element.
Yeah, but Sarah was ultra prepared coming into this. She has like media everywhere, her laptop, her iPad, her phone. I'm like, my brain is just dizzy trying to look at every screen that she has. So, but nevertheless, it's always good to have as much information available to you.
I'm trying to get some social out.
Yeah.
And give the team some love. They do an amazing job on social media promoting their teams. If we didn't mention today, I know we did yesterday, but the teams aren't only made up of engineers. They are also made up of lots of different types of individuals, and some of the best teams caught on that having a marketing and comms kind of rep is really beneficial. And I can tell you that there are some highly talented marketing and communications team leads out there, because we are consistently floored away with the level of content that we see. You honestly blow us out of the water, and we love to see it and give you as much of a platform as we can. So keep up the great work.
Yeah, and just like, these teams, the drivers, the more practice they get with their cars, the better they're going to be on dynamic day. The same thing is true with those presentations. You don't want to just wing it. You want to come prepared. A lot of teams have actually gone and taken the advice of a lot of the judges, where they develop what they refer to as just extra slide deck. They've got extra slides at the back for an appendix, so that if the judges ask a question about something that they did not cover in the presentation, they can jump to their appendix and then have some data available. Because if you're only given 10 minutes to do a presentation, that kind of limits how many slides you're going to be able to work your way through. But in the Q&A after that 10-minute presentation, they're going to come up with some questions, and if you can anticipate what those questions might be and develop some of your slide deck within that appendix to answer those questions, that goes a long way for the judges. They're like, because when I'm sitting there in the room with the judges, that's one of their biggest comments, is like, they were so well prepared. They had, the appendix slides like we've recommended to them. They went right to where it was. They obviously know their stuff. So big shout out to the judges that volunteer for our virtual presentations, but also for all the volunteers that are here on site to make sure that we have a safe and exciting event for these students. So we are down to 4 cars on track, and San Jose State is getting close to the last lap for them. They're the fastest car of today so far. But Montreal, University of Washington, and Oregon State are knocking on their doors. And it looks like San Jose State has a problem. Oh, there we go. They got it started again. Lucky to not have to pull that car off the track and get the DNF after their great showing in endurance. We would hate for that to happen.
Yeah, they've done an absolutely great job.
Yes.
Actually scrolling through a slideshow of photos that they posted on Instagram 47 minutes ago.
All right. So I think that was, let's see, Oregon State maybe or that was 202. So Montreal was going into the pits for a driver change. And I think Oregon State might still be in there right now. So I think San Jose State and U of Washington are the only cars out on track right now. Again, you can see the different designs that teams have. U of Washington has a very long nose cone to their car, whereas San Jose State has a very short nose cone over the front of their car.
David, don't make fun of the size of their nose. What are you doing? Just kidding.
At 275, just rejoined the track.
Okay, so Oregon State back out after their driver change. Thank you, Mike, for chiming in. Like I said, it's hard to keep track of all the screens, so it's good to have an extra set of eyes out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Got some beautiful, quick cars. So Montreal is showing right now the fastest average lap time. So they really are moving at a very quick pace, throwing in like very consistent lap times of about a 1:04 time. That's very impressive. So we're going to see how their new driver gets reacclimated to the course. Same thing with Oregon State. And see if they can put together a quicker lap time for them. But we've got Spartan Racing finishing up their last flying lap. They're going to zip through a slalom course here in a minute. We've got University of Washington cutting through the start-finish line. Again, fewer cars on track, fewer cars to slow you down. Everybody's doing a great job. No big major emergencies out there right now.
Knock on wood. Yeah,
Knock on
so
wood.
you hear it.
I know. Yeah, exactly. I am like, why did I even say that?
It was as soon as it left your mouth. You're like, oh.
Oh, man.
205 just left the track, I believe.
Okay. So San Jose State just finished their last lap, and they still retain the fastest lap leaderboard. So definitely bragging rights on the Spartans. Way to go. Oregon State is really moving out there. Now, I do know, I was able to look at some of the vehicles as they were moving through tech. I know that Oregon State has 4 separate wheel hub motors. So they decided to, not use the differential, but to have individual motors at each wheel. And, a lot of, race cars as well as performance cars use what they call thrust vectoring. And what they'll do is they'll add extra power to the outside wheels when you're going around a corner, so you're not simply relying on the steering to provide that directional input to go around the corner, but you're also getting some input from the propulsion system to drive you through it. And I'm sure that one of our volunteers, shout out to Skidder, if you know Skidder, he is a wealth of knowledge on every single component of racing and vehicle dynamics, and he will, he can talk for hours just about, the different types of forces that tires undergo and how much grip they're going to get with, linear grip and lateral grip, and how that's, going to determine if you're putting on the throttle as you're going around a corner, you're actually going to lose your lateral grip because you're asking more linear grip from the tire. And so that's where drifting comes into play. So if you put too much acceleration into it going around a corner, you can really, create a lot of oversteer where the back end swings out and you lose control, and you might even get turned around, which would be really bad on this course, But yeah, Skidder knows his stuff.
He sure does. His real name is Christian, but he goes by Skidder, for sure.
Yep. He's like, if you get a good nickname when you're young, you stick with it. That's what he told me. We're getting a lot of fast times out here. Montreal is on lap 11, so they might be pulling off to do a driver change. It looks like Oregon State is back out on track. But all of these cars are getting really fast average laps. And, yeah, really, really putting the pressure on them. Fantastic. Spartan Racing from San Jose State, they have the lowest average lap time for the cars that have completed all of the laps, so that's pretty good. U of Washington has not done their driver change, so we'll see if that impacts their average lap time when they take that out. But we're on to the 3 last vehicles for the endurance event, sponsored by Ford.
It's hard to believe.
I know.
Truly.
But I love this facility out here. I mean, they've got a huge backstretch that has minimal banking to it, so it gives us plenty of room to operate and to do the programming that we need for skid pad, autocross, endurance. Our practice track is even out on the backstretch. That's how big it is. It is just like, if they opened up the backstretch for NASCAR to be as wide as it actually is, they could go 10 wide. Easy. It's just massive.
Believe it. Check this out. I am looking at some photos on Instagram and just came across Penn State's vehicle. We were talking about rear wings earlier. The back of this one says, "Driver has a PhD."
I love it.
It's awesome.
All right, so we are Oregon State with 18 laps, 4 laps to go. University of Washington with 11. They must be in for their driver change here in a second. And we got Montreal with 15 laps. So we're going to see fewer and fewer cars on the track. There's Oregon State working around the start-finish line. So closing out their lap count. There's Montreal. That's a beautiful car. I'm not sure what they call that nose cone. It kind of looks like a shark almost, like a tiger shark, just the way it kind of has like an inverted rake to it. So.
Yeah, it does.
I'm not sure if anybody remembers, back in the, I guess it was like the early 2000s. They started doing a lot of wind tunnel testing on bobsleds for the Olympics, and some of them were inspired by shark designs and stuff. So pretty
really
cool on how they were developing the front nose cones for those. And there's also a really cool technology. I forget the actual name of it, but it's basically an adhesive shark skin that a company, I believe it's in Europe, is putting onto aircraft. And it's this micro turbulent boundary layer that this sticker creates to actually reduce the wind resistance of the aircraft. And even though they're adding weight to the aircraft, the aerodynamic drag that they're reducing saves fuel. So it's really pretty cool. The last thing you want to do to an airplane is add more weight.
Yeah, right.
But they're putting this sticker over the entire fuselage, and as a result, they get a lot better fuel economy, and so they get higher profit margins.
That's awesome.
So if any NASCAR teams want to hire me as a consultant for aerodynamics, I am on board. I am not an aerospace or aeronautical engineer. I just pretend to be one. I play one on the live stream.
Yes, we're cosplaying as slightly outside of our norm. But
hey,
it's been fun.
If actors and actresses can be doctors on TV,
yeah,
why can't I be an aerospace engineer, right?
Yeah. pretending to be a broadcaster.
Yeah, I do not have a PhD, that's for sure. All right. Montreal got a 102. Oregon State dropping down to the 1 minute best lap time, but not quite down to San Jose State. They're still holding on to that just by the fingertips, if you will. Oregon State is 1 second slower, roughly, just under 1 second. But Montreal and Washington are closing in. Man, very competitive as we move here to the faster cars. And Oregon just whips right through those slalom cones. You know, we were talking about loopholes in rules yesterday. There was a team over in Europe that actually found a loophole that they actually created a vacuum system for the under tray of their car. And they don't even have wings on their car, but they use a vacuum on their car. And that Formula student car can do 0 to 60 in 1 second. Actually, I think it's a sub 1 second time. So very impressive technology to be able to use a vacuum car. That harkens back to the Chaparral vacuum car of the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken. If you know anything about Chaparral, they have made some amazing race cars out of a little tiny town of Midland, Texas.
Oh, it's so funny. I actually lived there, believe
No
it or
way.
not. Yeah, I lived in, well, technically I lived in Odessa, but anybody in that area, it's Midland, Odessa. It's kind of like there's a slash.
Sure.
But yeah, briefly.
Did you ever
lived
go
there.
to the museum and look
I
at
did
the
not.
Chaparral cars? There's a
No, now
museum
I
there
feel
where
like
you
I
can go
missed
check them
out.
out. Well,
there wasn't a lot to do either. I wish I knew
know,
it existed.
it's like, you know, except what, shoot some rattlesnakes or something?
Oh gosh, there was certainly rattlesnakes. Speaking of Texas, about to repost some Texas A&M content.
Nice.
We actually, I haven't seen them in Formula, but we had Baja and I think Aero briefly. We had University of Texas Permian Basin that's the university out there. Had them, and we've seen some Le Tourneau. Am I saying that right? In Aero, there's been a lot of Texas representation in our programs over the last couple of years.
Nice. And Sam chimes in, that was not a loophole. Powered Aero was legal in Europe up to halfway through last year. So yes. So I do understand that, but again, the Chaparral car found it as a loophole. And the crazy thing about the Chaparral car is they had two engines on board. They had basically a snowmobile engine that was powering the vacuum system and then a race car engine that was powering the car. The problem was they had these big turbine vents on the back of the car that would pick up all of this debris off the track and shoot it out at the car that was behind the vacuum car. And so it became a hazard to the cars right behind them. And so that was a loophole in the Can-Am series, and but I don't know if they encouraged it as part of Formula Student or if it was just something that they didn't discourage. So when they're not discouraging it, I refer to it as a loophole. When they are saying in the rule book you can use powered Aero, that's actually, you know, written into the rule where they're trying to say, hey, why would you not do that? So just a different point of view. But we're on to our last two cars. Montreal still with a 102 and U of Washington with a 103. Looking good on the average time, though, with Montreal down to a 110. Pretty impressive. But we're going to see U of Washington drop their average time down. They're at 116 right now, but they're going to be allowed to make 6 more laps to see if they can drop their average to that 109.844 of Montreal. So yeah, the powered aero cars, very, very cool. The question is, what happens to your face when you're accelerating 0 to 60 in less than a second? You know, do your eyes literally go to the back of your skull? What happens to your cheeks? You know, I imagine it looks, quite interesting if they got a slow motion camera on you.
I bet.
And we've got Cornell did powered ground effects in 1990. Man, that is going deep for that one. I actually was a freshman in college in 1990.
Looks like 208's got a solo track right now, by the way.
All right, so Montreal just pulled off the track. That was their last lap. And we are down to one car on track with University of Washington. Thank you, Mike. University of Washington with We Finish Fast. Out on the straightaway, cruising around. Now, it doesn't appear like they're on their fastest clip. I'm not sure if their battery has lost some juice. Again, 4 motors. You're going to drain that battery just a little bit quicker maybe than using a single power plant motor. They're definitely off the pace. Yeah, they need to get about 5 more laps out of this, or else they are going to get a DNF. So hopefully they got enough juice to last them for the last 5 laps. They're still cutting through the slalom course pretty quick.
That's got to be a frustrating feeling as you feel your car slowly kind of losing some oomph. You're like, ugh. It's like Flintstones. You push your feet through the floor if you could.
Exactly.
I got some faith in them, though. I think they'll make it. It's definitely one of the challenges of EV versus IC.
Just keep it clean, Washington.
Yep.
No cones, no penalties, no errors. So just so everybody's aware, I'm looking at their average lap time, and it is going up. So they are slowing down, and they've still got 3 more laps to go. So let's cheer them on. Hopefully they get through the finish. Those people in the chat, let's cheer them on, people. Let's will them to the finish line, if you want to call it that.
It's hard to believe we're coming towards the end.
Yes, indeed. There you go. We got some love for Washington out there. Go Washington. Get these last laps in them. Finish fast. Finish strong. So we do have some upcoming live streams that we're going to be taking you to later. Part of our awards, we're going to be showcasing those, so stick around.
Yeah, so I just posted in the chat the fsaonline.com/live. That will take you to our landing page where you can get links to this current stream right now, the one from yesterday that's on a replay, and then the design presentations at the end, and award ceremony. So the design will be the public design review. That's technically scheduled for 4, an award ceremony scheduled for 6, but TBD on how long it kind of takes. We'll see if that moves up at all. We do intentionally mark it as kind of a tentative timeline.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting some applause from our audience. So, still got to applaud the teams, even if they run into technical difficulties, even if they're on their last little bit of energy from their battery pack. You gotta call it out to them, man.
When you say energy of their battery pack, do you mean their vehicle or their personal energy in their battery packs? Because I imagine those will be pretty need charged up.
Well, hopefully some of the teams are going to be able to find some shade after the endurance race, especially the drivers. Man, they got to be, like I said, they're cooking in those uniforms.
Oh, yeah.
Those safety suits. So we're on our last lap, and let's see what we got. I think we're on our very last one. Way to go, Washington. Finish strong. I got to talk to some of their team over by the Civic Progress vehicle the past couple days. So and they got a bunch of bright students over there.
Indeed, they really do.
All right, victory lap, here we go. And I call it a victory lap, just the last car on the track. What we need to see, though, is when you get to the start-finish line, let's see, a little bit of a burnout, right? Or maybe go around the back corner and just get the back end a little loose on some oversteer. Nice job. Checkered flag. Way to go, teams. 30 cars this year through the endurance. Way to go.
Yeah, I think that weather shutdown caused some trouble early on.
Yeah.
In our early days of just getting through tech, but the teams have persevered, and the ones that were able to make it to endurance, I'm sure, are very proud of themselves. But really, everyone should be proud of themselves, regardless of where you end up in the standings or whether or not you were able to hit the track today or yesterday. This is a huge achievement. It has taught you tons. It will continue to teach you tons, and it's just incredible to be able to make the friends and connections that you can. So enjoy it. We as SAE are extremely proud of all of the teams.
Well, thank you again for joining us, and like I said, definitely tune into the post in the chat for our live stream for the awards. So we appreciate you sticking with us for the full endurance event. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah,
enjoyed
absolutely.
it, Sarah.
Yes, it has been a blast. I will post that link in the chat again for the stream, but thank you so much. It's been so much fun.
And thanks to all of our sponsors that made this possible. Our gold and platinum sponsors really, and our event partners came through and helped us put together this live stream. So we're glad that we can do it and make sure that everybody around the world can take advantage of, the media that we have available.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you to all of our volunteers as well. They're the
1,000%.
lifeblood of everything. There's some overlap between sponsors and volunteers, but absolutely amazing coming together of all of the stakeholders.
Yes, indeed. So, wonderful job. Well, thank you again, and we're going to sign off, but y'all have a great day and tune in to our award ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.